Hello. Welcome to the Phenomenonormal podcast. Today we'll be talking about urban myths. I'm joined with my co-host Aaron. I am Josh. We have quite a bit to talk about today. It's going to be a bit disorganized. There's a lot to go over. We're going to be talking about just a bunch of different creatures, mythological beings. You name it, we'll probably talk about it. If you have something specific you want us to talk about, go ahead and leave us a comment on that. We'll read them. I have also pinned our YouTube channel. Go check us out there. Every episode is uploaded to our YouTube channel. If you would like to join us in our discussion or join us on a call here, you can go ahead and join our Discord. We are open there. It's up and running. Everything looks good. I still haven't fixed it yet. The rules thing is still kind of screwy, so bear with that. There's also an invite link to our Twitch on the Discord under the events tab. Go ahead and share that with your friends as well. Aaron's been working on some thumbnails for us as well for the channel, so keep that in mind and watch that for YouTube. The thumbnails will be changing here.
Yeah, I've been busy. I got a few sorted. Give me a few more days, and I'll have it all sorted out. And
Yeah, he's
but
sending
in
me
the
some right
future,
now.
We'll have more interesting ones come in.
Some things I just want to kind of go over. I was actually going to do the podcast here on YouTube today as well as Twitch. However, I work over 40 hours a week. So I am quite exhausted. I actually woke up late today, as Aaron could probably tell you. So I was rushing within the last half hour here to get everything set up for this stream, for this podcast. So just keep that in mind, everybody. Bear that in mind. I am trying. I work a lot and I am quite tired. So with that being said, maybe next week, I'm not going to make a guarantee, but maybe next week we can have this live on YouTube as well for the podcast. All right. I think that might generate some more views and more new subscribers, people that might want to hear us. I've been working to get our name out there and sharing this on Facebook and other places. With that being said, I mean, I'm already seeing in the user chat we have the usuals in there. Welcome.
Welcome.
Again, if you make an account on Twitch, you can comment. You can talk with us. We'd love to have you in the discussion. Just gotta make an account. It's free of charge. I'm never gonna ask anybody for any kind of money on here. I'm not doing this for compensation. I'm doing this because I think this is something that we should all talk about. We should all make these conspiracies and phenomenon normal. See what I did there?
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so we have a great show for you guys tonight. This is gonna be a lot of information in here, a lot to compile. So if you miss something, again, check out the YouTube channel. It's gonna be posted up on there later after the show, and we'd love to have you guys come join us over there as well. Yeah. So with that being said, do you have anything you wanna go over?
Well, the thing to bear in mind with today's topics is these are urban myths legends, so they may be true, they may be not, but I feel like they're very interesting to talk about nonetheless, because generally when it comes to myths, there's usually some degree of truth to them. Maybe not the whole story that's being told, but usually it's based on something that the myth is being told about. So that's why I like discussing myths and urban legends and things like that, because generally sometimes things can just be a myth. Like we got the myths of the Kraken, for example, in the pirate era. That was a myth. Supposedly there's a Kraken, but now we know that our giant squids, which are huge at the bottom of the ocean, could have possibly been true. Whether they would attack like full-size pirate ships as we see them in movies, no. The ships would have been much smaller. I reckon they wouldn't have been as big and as grand. But I could definitely see possibly a skirmish or two happening when they're hunting. Because sometimes they will swim up to the surface to fight with giant whales. And the giant whales also sometimes try and prey on them. Because if you notice a lot of whales, they will have the marks on their faces from tangling with these giant creatures. So generally, myths have some degree of truth to them. Maybe not
Mm.
the whole thing, but it's still just a very interesting concept.
Right, right. Some other things I want to add out for this channel as well. Again, I'm gonna keep saying it every single episode until we get more viewers and until this actually happens. But Halloween Day, October 31st, we will be having a two-part stream. We're gonna have a stream at noon Eastern Standard Time. I believe that's like 5 p.m. in England. Maybe
Yep.
6. But yeah, we're gonna do a 2-hour stream at that time. That's not gonna be the regular stream. We will do that as well. But that stream is just gonna be ghost stories. Kind of gather around the campfire and let's tell some ghost stories.
Yeah.
So get yourself your nice warm blankets or snuggies or whatever you got. Light a candle, turn off the lights. We'll tell some ghost stories.
Yeah, it
Our
may be 6 p.m. UK time, depending if we have Universal Saving Time. I don't know when it is this year, but I'll find out for that and I'll post
right,
that in the future when it's closer to the day
and then
to find out.
at 5 o'clock we're gonna have our average stream, which we will tell more about paranormal and the ghost on October 31st again.
Yeah.
And that'll be our normal streaming time, 5 to 9. So the 31st is gonna be quite a busy day. But I hope everybody comes and joins the discussion. I think that's gonna be a great time.
Oh yeah,
Um,
definitely.
but yeah, with that being said, I do have a story for this topic today. I do have a story, and I am very excited to share this story with all of you. I will be sharing this probably later into the podcast, though. We're gonna talk a little bit about the actual urban myths and urban legends here, and then we'll get more personal later in the show. But for now,
Yeah.
I was rushing. Like I said, I woke up late to get this all started. So, with that being said, I am going to take a short break while I go make myself some coffee. I'm going to get myself nice and comfy, settled in, and we'll go ahead and
Yep.
start the show.
Yep. Sounds good.
Yeah,
So we will see you shortly, guys. We
yeah.
apologize.
Take care, guys. I'll be right back. Alright, I am back, guys. I apologize for this. I know I'm starting late. I am so sorry. Alrighty. So let's go ahead and kick off the show right. I'm going to shoot the show over here to Aaron and let him go over some of these topics and what he wants to talk about first, as he is the actual host for today's show.
Yeah.
I'm just his co-host today, technically. So this is your topic, buddy. Whatever you want to start this off with, I'll turn it over to you.
Right. Let's get started with the Vanishing Hitchhiker. There's been many stories about a vanishing hitchhiker. It's been quite an urban legend for quite a long time. Supposedly there's been many encounters where people have been driving along the road, and they've supposedly pitched up a hitchhiker, and they've had a conversation with them, and they seem to have just mysteriously vanished. That they were never there in the first place.
Huh.
There's been many stories about this. There's been many in the United States, supposedly. I can't remember the exact name of the road, but supposedly there was a story of a family that were traveling to another location, and they spotted a hitchhiker on the road, and they weren't too sure whether they wanted to pick him up, but it just looked like a woman, so they assumed she wouldn't be too threatening, you know. They decided to pick her up, and they had a conversation with her for a good while along the journey, and later on, they turned to the back seat, and she supposedly just disappeared from the vehicle.
What?
Never had the car door open. They'd been having a conversation with her, and there's been many stories of people supposedly having conversations with people that were there, and then they've disappeared. And there's been many footage on YouTube. You can look a lot of this footage up, where people have captured somebody having a conversation with somebody on camera when there's nobody on the camera who they're talking to. These people are having a full-blown conversation. The security's like, "Who are you talking to right now?" It's like, "Oh, there's an old lady here." And
That's
there's
so
nobody
crazy.
there on the camera. But this guy's been having a full-blown conversation with her for about 10-15 minutes. And
So it's just like a ghost or a phantom, or
supposedly, yeah, like
wow.
maybe somebody who died. People rumor that the woman on the road who has been picked up in hitchhiking,
I
supposedly,
I have heard stories of that, especially like for like certain people who've like been hit on the side of the road and died.
yeah,
And supposedly people have said that they've seen people walking up and down the road near where those, like, because sometimes they'll leave like a grave site or something right there by the road where they died.
yeah, memorial,
And
yeah,
yeah, a little memorial thing, and they can see people or shadows or apparitions walking by those.
yeah, and the crazy thing is, so I'm not trying to get into religion and all that, but religion says we go to heaven or hell or whatnot. And supposedly some religions say that if a spirit is still lingering, it's because they haven't moved on. There was something they meant to do in life, and they haven't been able to move on because they haven't achieved it.
See,
Um,
I'm under the
so could it?
impression that for
Hmm,
for that specific thing, for religion and things like that, right? I'm under the impression
yeah,
that when people pass on to the other side, that it's beyond our level of understanding, right? I believe that these
yeah,
people could be in multiple places at once, right? They could be visiting.
hmm,
Like if we had like a family member or a friend or somebody passed away, they could visit you and me at the same time, as well as being in heaven. You know,
yeah,
I'm under that impression. Like they're on a whole different plane of existence to what we're on. So they're
yeah,
able to split their personality, their body, their whatever, and their spirit essentially, and they can be in multiple places at once and doing it all at the same time. Um,
yeah,
I'm under that impression from what I've talked with religious figures, and I've talked with other people who are more tuned in with the paranormal. Um,
yeah,
that's from what I've heard from them. So I mean, it's a
hmm,
possibility that maybe part of their spirit still lingers here on Earth, but
yeah.
ultimately they've moved on from what I've heard.
Okay,
So
well that's interesting.
yeah. I mean, we all everything is all speculation. We all don't know exactly because I mean, the closest thing
yeah,
we have to that is near-death experiences, and from people that have talked about that.
yeah.
Um,
I mean, I
which
remember hearing about.
I've had a
Sorry, go on.
near-death
Like,
experience myself. That'll
yeah,
be a different topic for another day. I'm not going to go into that now.
yeah,
But I mean, I definitely think I'm more in tune with the dead now than I've
yeah.
ever been before in my life. Um,
Hmm.
but yeah, and I guess that from what I've heard from other people in near-death experiences, that's a pretty common trait when you have something
Yeah,
like that happen, that it tends to continuously reoccur to where you have more connections.
yeah.
Um,
I mean,
but this hitchhiker thing is very interesting. I was looking at it, and I kind of wanted to point out because a lot of these stories they come from North America. A lot of them do, and
yeah.
I don't know if that's just a maybe a cultural thing. I want to say maybe because I think people,
Hmm.
especially in like America, Canada, like we share a very similar culture, um,
Yeah,
and we tend to want to share our experiences more than what other people from around the world want to share their experiences on.
yeah,
I think especially for Americans, like a lot of Americans, they want to be validated.
yeah.
So they share their experiences, expecting everybody else to want to be part of that. Um,
Right.
I'm not an exception. I'm very much like that as well. Um, but maybe that might be a case as to why there's so much more being heard in North America compared to the rest of the world. Because I mean, Asia
Yeah.
is supposedly the most haunted continent on the planet.
Right.
Um, Followed by like I think Europe and then Africa. And North America is like actually one of the least haunted places, but more stories come from North America
Yeah.
than anywhere else in the world, which I think is just kind of kind of funny in a way, that we're one of the most least haunted continents, but we have so much to say about it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I mean,
I found that
it
very
is
interesting.
it it is very fascinating because
Um,
if
Sorry, going to
if
your
they
hitchhiker thing. Sorry to cut you off. Sorry, but with your hitchhiker thing, I heard that there was a story about that type of thing in England with the Jack the Ripper type of thing. I don't know if you
I've
heard any
not actually
correlation
heard
with
that
that.
one.
Yeah, there was a Jack the Ripper ghost, I guess, that was going around in England. Um,
Hmm.
Disappearances were happening, and then later on finding dead bodies stabbed in like
Right.
alleyways and other places. Um, and there's been no culprit found or captured or arrested for that.
Yeah.
But
I know about
there's
the
been
Ripper
people who
supposed to
escaped it, and they said
be
that they
found.
saw a ghost, and then
Yeah.
later on their friend was stabbed to death. So
That's crazy. I mean,
yeah,
depending on, your type of ghost, supposedly poltergeists can harm you, they throw things at you, things of that nature. So actually being able to take somebody's life, it's not something you hear too common from, something to do with ghosts and things of that nature. But if that was the case, that's frightening.
yeah,
If a ghost could just appear, take your life, and disappear, it's a very crazy thing. I mean, some of these people have given rise to this person and actually dropped them off. So some people have actually had successful voyages where they've actually dropped off the person. And I believe there was a murder which happened. There was a woman that supposedly died, and some people had actually gave her a ride, took her to a location, said thank you and everything, and they later saw her on the news as being dead.
could you imagine that? Giving someone like an Uber ride or something like that, and they're dead, and then you think that you got paid for the ride, but it never happened?
Right.
I know.
I mean,
I don't know
I
if
don't
I'd
know
be
if they got
scared or
paid.
mad.
Yeah,
I
I don't
got
know
ripped
whether they
off by
got
a
paid for it.
ghost.
I just, it's crazy. But if part of them is still lingering on, maybe the reason why some of them possibly is him, maybe there is something. Maybe they had something they really wanted to accomplish, and that's what had them linger.
Mm,
I
yeah.
mean, it could be. I mean, we hear stories about people on ships, There's a very famous ship, the SS. I can't remember the name of it, but supposedly
That's an interesting name for a
that
ship.
I can't remember the name. I just can't remember the name, but supposedly, sometimes you'll hear music from when the ship used to sail and things like,
I've heard stories
voices
of
of
that.
people
Yeah.
having
Yep.
conversations. Like they're locked in a place in time almost.
There's stories
And
of people traveling along where where the Titanic traveled, and they said that they could hear the ballroom music, and people talking, like on their ship as they're going over the wreckage area.
that's
So
that that's crazy.
yeah, like it's like a lingering presence there.
Yeah, it's it's interesting. I mean, we don't know much about it. Some people believe that limestone can have an effect on places as well with paranormal. I
Mm.
don't know too much about it, but people believe that it can amplify a presence, so to speak. But imagine giving somebody a ride and then they just disappear on you.
So
Like,
I have a
so,
question for you. It's a little off topic, but kind of on topic. What's your
yeah, yeah.
what's your take on this whole SCP Foundation thing? I mean, I know it was started as like a hoax type thing, but there's some truth behind some of their stuff.
Right. So
Because they
I
talk about urban
actually,
fantasies, urban legends, and stuff like that, and capturing, containing these things.
yeah. I mean, I a few years back kind of got interested in the SCP thing. I kind of watched a few, and they're very very interesting. Some are extremely detailed, and they go into a lot of things. Like there's supposedly a creature that if you look at it, it will break out of containment and try to kill you. It doesn't like being looked at. There's all these kinds of crazy, supposedly paranormal beings but I'm not too sure whether I completely believe in it because how do you contain these things? These
Hmm.
things supposedly have all these gifts and powers. How are you
Right.
containing
Well,
it?
apparently this hitchhiker thing you're talking about is one of these SCPs as well. They have a story on them.
Right, and
So
that's another thing. I know it's a lot of these myths and legends and things that you hear are being told as SCPs as well. And I don't know whether it's people just trying to take that premise and then like flush it out or I'm not too sure what to believe.
yeah,
When it comes to SCPs personally. But who knows? Maybe there is some grounds of truth to some of these beings, and they do exist.
yeah.
But I feel like some are just completely fabricated. I
Oh
mean,
yeah,
if
yeah.
these beings can supposedly,
I mean,
destroy the
the whole
fabric of time, how
the
are
whole
you keeping it in a
premise of the
facility?
SCP thing, it's a fictional universe essentially,
Yeah.
and it's fantasy writing, science fiction,
Oh, yeah.
But they do reference a lot of things that have been real world stuff.
Yeah.
I.e., this hitchhiker thing, and some of the other creatures that we're going to be talking about. They're found throughout this stuff. I mean, they even
Hmm.
came out with like a video game for this. There's, I guess, some documentaries on it, that they've done. A bunch of different
Yeah.
literatures, novels, comics, live actions, animations, all that stuff.
Hmm.
But I was just wondering what your take on it was as a fictional writing group with some actual truth behind some of these things.
Brilliant writing. I'll say that. Brilliant writing.
Yeah.
Um, like these people who have decided to flush out these SCPs and take these missing legends have done a fantastic job.
I think my favorite
Um,
one. I can't remember the. Let me look it up. Yeah, SCP-426 is my favorite one. It's a toaster that
yeah.
can only be referred to in the first person. Best one, hands
Yeah.
down.
It's just yeah.
Yeah, that's
Um,
always been my favorite.
I, I don't think I've heard that one.
Yeah.
I remember the one really crazy one. There's supposedly this being that supposedly hates women. Apparently, if like any women get near
Huh.
this thing, like specifically, I
So
can't remember what it was. I think it was like a tree or
are
something
are
that supposedly
these
tries to
are these
drain their life from
hitchhiker
them.
phenomenon? Are they violent towards people or?
heard any stories of them ever being violent. Usually they're just, people picking somebody up and then they just happen to disappear, or they later find out the person was dead, or,
Hmm.
a few years later they'll see a picture of them, like, I picked up that person, what the hell? Like, that was the person that disappeared in my car.
Interesting.
Um, I've never heard of anything violent coming from them, like attacking anybody or anything. So
Okay.
I feel like they're very peaceful in nature. I think it's just possibly a spirit just trying to get to its destination, just kind of possibly like with the Titanic maybe locked in a place in time
Right.
where they keep repeating the same cycle because supposedly that's what a lot of these paranormal hauntings do supposedly they repeat cycles. Um, it's like they have a daily schedule, and usually it's around the same time during the night that these things kind of happen. Like it's almost on a repeat, like if someone's rewinding a videotape and pressing play over and over again for them.
So
It's very
that's going to
interesting.
kind of tie into our Halloween topic because
Yeah,
I have something I want to go over for that as well.
yeah,
About there was a story a long, long time ago now. God, 10, 15
yeah,
years ago, I heard it was on TV.
mm,
Even it was on the History Channel, but they were talking about the paranormal and that ghosts leave behind a digital footprint or like an
right,
electromagnetic footprint.
yeah,
And it's just our brain waves everywhere we go in this world. We leave memories of us behind.
right.
And when we pass away, it's not necessarily us. They were saying it's actually our memories, our electromagnetic energy from our brain shooting off memories
Right.
into the earth.
Yeah. I mean,
Um,
one thing we never really discussed about with the moon, supposedly, the moon has a device on it, according to some myths about the moon, that supposedly is a reincarnation machine. It's where we all go when we die and we get reimbursed, possibly leftover fragments from it, maybe.
mm.
If that was the case,
So
could be tied to that.
I know you mentioned something earlier when we were starting up the podcast here about the kraken,
Yeah.
possibly just being a giant squid.
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
let me ask you this: do you think that maybe that the kraken was a real thing back then, but has evolved since to become a giant squid, or do you think it's just always been?
That is actually a fantastic question. I'm not too sure. Possibly, could be. I mean, you have your fancy krakens. You have the creature in the lake from Lord of the Rings. The kraken from Pirates of the Caribbean. I believe like those are obviously heavily fantasized. They had fantasy aspects tied to them. Supposed to be able to suck your face clean off and all that kind of stuff. I feel like that's just completely unrealistic. Maybe instead of like your face and all that kind of maybe actually just sucking your skin off possibly. But because who knows how strong the suction cups on these giant squid are? I mean, they're obviously going to be tangling with big prey, they're tangling with whales for crying out loud. So they're going to have a strong grip. I can just imagine those suckers because if you look at tentacle suckers, they have little. Some of them have like little sort of like barbs which kind of stick into you. So I can imagine that piercing your face and ripping your face off. You know,
Mm,
um, possibly could just be giant squid or could be once the kraken and has evolved. I mean, I don't know how long it takes for species to evolve. Supposedly it's hundreds of years. Some say it's thousands of years. Some say even longer. Some say millions of years. Um, so it's really I have no clue.
yeah,
I reckon.
I was just wondering because like I mean we hear, I mean, even bugs, bugs were supposedly giant back in the day, and
Oh
look
yeah,
at them now, they've evolved to become smaller, well, maybe the Kraken
yeah,
did as well, because of, food shortages or, the expansion of
and,
people or what have you.
and the oxygen levels
Right.
changing, not being able to support them because Um, insects don't breathe like we do. They don't have a set of lungs. They actually breathe through the skin. They have
Right.
I don't know the scientific term for it or the name of it, but they have that. Their whole entire skin breathes essentially. Well, outer shell in
Mhm.
I guess carapace, rather than actual lungs, which like we do, you know. So supposedly that had an impact
I
on
hope
the shrinking of
somebody
them.
clips that right there of you breathing like that. I need to make that into a little sound bite.
Yeah.
Somebody's watching this
Uh,
or in the future here. Someone clip that and send that to me.
Yeah. Well,
But
I mean,
yeah, I agree with you, and I definitely think that there's some truth behind the Kraken. I mean, like I said, like we went over that
in
during
the
our oceans
oceans, yeah.
episode where they drew the Kraken on maps of
Yeah.
possible of like areas where they sighted it. Yeah, and
Yeah. I mean,
yeah,
people don't generally just draw, like, on proper cartography maps, people don't just generally draw, oh, let's just draw an octopus. Ha ha ha, it'd be funny. You know, they actually drew these with some uh, realism in mind because they're trying to map out the planet. It's not for artistry purposes or whatnot. It was like, a functional map. For them to have had such a strong belief in this creature to add it to a chartography map, um, maybe some sailors did tangle with these giant squids. Maybe they were hunting and, harpooning. They end up in a fight with a giant squid. Maybe it was embellished a bit, Oh, we took on a
yeah,
kraken and lived to tell the tale, glorify themselves, try and get some fame, I can imagine a bunch of pirates trying to
right.
gain more fame and infamy. What better way? I fought the kraken, giant, monstrous, tentacles 20 feet long, suck your face clean off. I took this thing on and I lived. You know, we even today people make up stories because they want recognition or some kind of fame. 5 minutes of fame. They make up some bizarre stories, try and get people to believe in them for validation and whatnot. So could have been, embellished upon, but for even these maps to have the Kraken drawn onto them, maybe that was once a hotspot that some of these giant squids used to possibly be in, so people would occasionally, when they go into that area, hunting possible sea life, for food, they
Hmm.
encountered these giant squids and fought with them, and they were called the
So
Kraken.
if you do a little bit digging on Google, um, if you look up Charles
Hmm.
Darwin's map, his voyage and his map, he
Yeah,
wrote he I guess had different creatures on the maps of different creatures that he saw along his voyage, and one of them is kind
right.
of interesting. There's like an octopus or what have you somewhere in the Pacific.
Yeah,
Now is this the giant squid? I don't know, but a lot of people speculate to be the Kraken.
right.
So I thought that was kind of interesting.
I mean, we all know some of the maps have changed, shifting tectonic plates and all that. Possibly could have had an adverse effect because when these plates shift, once supposedly it was like the Earth was a massive continent, not so broken up, So could be that giant squids used to be closer to the surface. Maybe the shifting tectonic plates changed the waters. It needs to be deeper down. Maybe there needs to be in more colder temperatures down below, or something along those lines. Maybe it had an impact on their food source, so it changed their habitat, and it could have led them to evolve differently into the giant squid we have today. We all know changes to habitat can cause, eventual fluctuations in the species, and over time they will start to change. Don't know how long. We don't exactly have a
Yeah.
ruler that we could just go, oh, this is definitely going to take 100 years. This could take 1,000 years. Because sometimes things happen in terms of nature that we class as like a freak of nature, not really necessarily a freak, more so just these bizarre situations
So
that you can get an albino gorilla,
yeah,
like that's
we
rare.
we
It's
got
it's,
about
it's
another 20 minutes before our break here. I don't know if
yeah.
there's another creature you want to go over during that time or.
Um, I feel like I need to get into.
We got quite a few that we can go over.
Yeah, exactly. We'll go with skinwalkers. I feel like skinwalkers is an interesting
I
topic.
feel like this one's
So
gonna carry over to the next segment even.
it will because there's a
Uh,
lot to go over on skinwalkers. There are many different theories. Many of the Navajo,
Navajo.
um, Navajo,
Yeah.
they're supposedly witches or shamans, medicine men and women, and supposedly they have the ability to turn into animals. And so imagine your typical druid from World of Warcraft or something, D&D, supposedly being able to shift their form into animals, taking the form of a coyote or another creature. And they were seen as very evil, and they used a lot of manipulative magic, and um, you know, they were seen as very dangerous. Supposedly, if you had a skinwalker amongst you, the tribe was not safe.
Mm.
Um, and supposedly, some of these skinwalkers still exist today. There's been many stories of people claim there are skinwalkers and things that they've
I
encountered.
I feel like people have turned it into something else though.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we are humans of flights of fancy, and a lot of information's obviously been mixed up. People have put their own spin on it and they're taking it. Some people are just, you know, maybe the allure of the fear of these creatures leads some to automatically assume that, oh, I encountered a skinwalker, rather than actually being a skinwalker.
Yeah.
Um,
I think in the modern sense of it, I think people see a skinwalker as just something that's not what it is. Like there's something else that, like, say they see like a fox or something, but it's not a fox. There's something else inside it. A creature or an
yeah,
alien or what have you. People have called AI a skinwalker. Even
right,
today, because they're like, it's a human looking being, but it's a robot. You
right,
know,
yeah. I mean,
so
people,
they've called those skinwalkers.
yeah. I
Um,
mean,
but I mean
the,
that's
the
different than what the actual background of what a skinwalker really is.
Yeah, I mean, the Navajo, they are very reluctant to talk about skinwalkers with people who are not native to them. Not
Mm.
none Navajos. If they don't trust you, they won't speak to you about it. Supposedly it's quite a feared topic, and I think maybe that was possibly some of the reason. Like maybe they don't want people to stretch and twist and change things. I mean, it's just like a game of Chinese whispers. You can have 50 people in a room whisper something into the air, and you can get a completely different answer by the end of it because people twist and change things for the sake of wow factor or funniness and whatnot, and they don't want possibly because um, these people hold their traditions very sacredly. It's just something that's very sacred to them, and they don't want people essentially, you know, kind of throwing dirt on the whole thing, stepping over it. I mean, I know a lot of the Navajos who spoke with J.K. Rowling. So,
So have you
he had a conversation with them, and
have you done any
a lot of
research
them aren't
onto
happy with Harry
Skinwalker
Potter.
Ranch?
Skinwalker Ranch. No, I've
Okay,
heard about it.
so this is my challenge for you then is during our break, go ahead and look that up,
Mhm.
and we'll talk about it after the break. Very
Yeah.
interesting. So it's actually known as Sherman Ranch. It's in Utah. Uh, where is it? Ballard, Utah, out in
Hmm.
Unitah County. But yeah, it's frightening. It's a very frightening place. There's been a lot of investigations out there. A lot of stuff has happened. Um,
Yeah.
there's been books written about it. I'm pretty sure there might be a movie that might be coming out for it if it hasn't already.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pop culture that involves around it. But yeah, it got its name, like you said, from the Navajo legends concerning vengeful shamans.
Right. Yeah.
But there's
And
been paranormal and UFO related activities out there. A guy I listen to on the radio, um, George Knapp, and I guess Colm Ketcher, they wrote a book about it and published it, saying Hunt for the Skinwalker.
right.
Um, if you haven't read that book, go read it. I've got it on Audible. I've listened to it.
Yeah.
Fantastic book. Fantastic
Right.
book. Give that book a listen, guys. I don't typically try to endorse a lot of people, but yeah, they're wonderful people. So go list their book, get their book.
Yeah. I
If you're
mean,
interested in this topic, it's fantastic. Um,
supposedly I've heard there's a lot of issue with also flying things over Skinwalker Ranch,
yeah,
like
like I said,
drones and
there's a
stuff,
lot of
to
UFO, UAP
malfunction.
phenomenon as well.
Yeah.
There
Yeah.
have been shows about it as well. Um,
Mm.
so I'm just looking at some of the stuff about it, but yeah, go ahead and look up some of that over the break. We'll talk about the Skinwalker Ranch a bit too, and what goes on there. I feel
Right.
like
I don't know.
we could probably do a whole segment about it, honestly. So we'll kind of just briefly touch up on that. We can circle back around at a later show.
Yeah, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Because I don't know how much information I'm going to be able to glean in 10 minutes and absorb. That's
Right,
going to be.
but yeah, Skinwalkers, man. Like I definitely believe they exist. Some people have claimed that their dogs or cats are
Yeah,
skinwalkers. Um, there's videos online of like their cat coming back or whatever, and they're like, "No, you're not my
yeah,
animal. What are you?" And they
yeah.
just have these odd behaviors, you know.
Right.
Um,
Yeah,
there was one. I mean, there was a channel up on YouTube about this owner's dog or whatever, and they let their dog out. Dog ran off, came back, and when the dog came back, I mean, if you watch their former videos, you know this dog's happy, go lucky, playful, whatever, you know,
yeah,
and it runs off quite often. Will come back, and it's just a playful dog, you know. But it came back and it was just acting very strange. It was like pacing and staring and wouldn't blink, no panting, you know. It was just being very different and odd and weird. And the
yeah.
person was like,
Very
"No,
alert.
you're not my dog. What is going on?
Yeah,
Who are you? What are you?" You know,
yeah.
looked just like their dog, but just wasn't. And then I guess the dog
Right.
like charged him, and they closed the door real quick. So it was it's there's odd videos like that
That's
all over
that's
the
that's,
internet.
that's scary. Like, imagine that though. Like, the possibility. Like, imagine if they just didn't pick up on it and they just let that thing into the house and what could possibly happen.
Mhm.
It's very terrifying. Something you trust, like your dog. Dogs are family to many of us. They are like our
Right.
children. We, dogs of man's best friend. They've been with us for so long, and dogs can influence us with the way they look at us. When they look at you with those puppy dog eyes, supposedly they've inherited that trait because they know it has an effect on you from how long we've been interacting with these animals.
Right.
And you trust your dog. If you weren't paying attention and you didn't pick up on the signs because you just weren't paying attention, and then the dog came in, imagine what could have happened. Um, I mean, like I said earlier, I'll just briefly talk about it. When J.K. Rowling was speaking with the Navajo people, especially got the idea for the animagus from and all that kind of stuff, people that could turn into animals, she took that from the folklore of skinwalkers from the Navajo. And a lot of the Navajo people were very angry at what she'd done because she had basically twisted their, sacred stories and turn it into some fantasy thing.
Mm.
So I feel like that's another reason why they're so reluctant to share with us is because we do twist things and we had our own spin to things, and to them that's their personal story, or possibly a descendant of theirs, and they don't want that being twisted because to them it's very sacred. It's a very involved piece of their culture.
Yeah.
Um, So, these skinwalkers. I mean, I believe they could possibly exist myself.
Oh, I
Um,
don't doubt they exist. I've heard. I mean, there's just so much evidence out there of these things,
yeah.
and the fact that the government and some people still say, "Oh, it never happened. It's not real." I don't
Oh
understand
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Look, I could understand certain things,
Yeah. Mm,
being that way, like these Bigfoot things, like we talked about last week. If you
yeah.
wanted to say Bigfoot's not real, okay, I could understand where you're coming from.
Right.
There's very sketchy videos, very sketchy pictures, sketchy audible, like we talked about
Yeah.
all last week.
Yeah.
And I
People
and I told
recording
people,
that 2000,
you decide for yourself if you think
2001
they're real or
phones.
not. I agree
Mm,
with what we came up with for the conclusion last week.
yeah. Gigantopithecus
Right,
being the
but
possible descendant of one.
to say like certain things like UFOs, uh, UFOs I agree
Well,
with. I definitely think they exist, and whether they're alien craft or not, or military craft, I don't know. But the facts
yeah.
of aliens being in existence, there's no real footage or like pictures that I've seen that would suggest to me, yes, they're 100% real. You
Right.
know,
And
um,
the government
but
used to claim, "Oh, UFOs don't exist." Now look, and now they're like,
yeah,
"Oh yeah,
I
here's
claim
our
they
UFO
exist.
files," and
I mean, I've
you know,
always thought they existed. I mean, there's so much
yeah,
evidence of those existing, but to say they're alien, I don't know. I'm not saying
yeah,
they
yeah,
don't. I'm just saying I don't know for certain. I want to believe yes it is, but I can't say for
yeah,
certain. Just like with Bigfoot, I can't say for certain.
yeah.
Um, but skinwalkers, I mean, there are videos, there are pictures. Supposedly, there's videos of transformations. So I just there's
Right.
so much out there on this, and then the whole Skinwalker Ranch thing, where this happens, I guess, on a regular out there,
Yeah.
which is kind of creepy. But I think we should do a show on just like sites, essentially like Skinwalker Ranch, Area 51, things like that. I think that
Yeah.
could be a whole show in itself. Instead of urban myths, we'll just call it urban lands or urban
Yeah.
or land myths, or I don't know,
I
something. We'll
mean,
come up with the
it's
title.
yeah, it's just also crazy because these skinwalkers are able to interact with other animals and things like nature. It's not like it's just a guy who could turn into an animal for the sake of it. Like supposedly they bring like packs of coyotes with them and they transform into a coyote and things.
Right. From what
Being able to actually influence animals,
yeah,
like have
I've
some
I've I've I've
control.
heard that they're typically foxes, deer, your pets,
Mm,
snakes sometimes, but typically they're mammals that they turn
yeah,
into. And I would assume because they're quick, they can move around fast, and
yeah,
they're common, in most areas.
easily dismissible as well.
Right. Um, but a lot of times from what I've seen, they don't really attack. They just kind of watch and prey on you almost.
Hmm.
And it's just very creepy.
Right.
These things just kind of, you know, I don't even know. They stare at you and they look at you, and very rarely do they attack, like that case with that dog there. But we're
The,
at our break time.
Yeah, I think when we come back, I'll have a question for you. I want you to answer. Do you think that the
Well,
reason why they got attacked is because they fear repercussion? We'll get into that next in the next segment.
we can go over that real quick. What was it?
Do you feel like the reason why they tend not to attack because they fear repercussion?
I don't think so.
Uh,
I
Potentially.
don't think so. Um, I mean, when they're in an animal state, I mean, they're bigger, they're stronger than us most of the time. They're faster than us. So I don't think they fear repercussion. I don't know.
Well,
I think it's more just like they want us to be afraid. Maybe I don't know.
I think it's similar to witch hunts. People possibly forming a mob and chasing them off or hunting for them.
Maybe.
That could be a fear of theirs. I mean, who knows how long skinwalkers have been around for? They could have been around during the witch
All right.
period where
I
we used to hunt and persecute them.
I do have something that I want to kind of go over that falls in line with the Skinwalker stuff, and we'll talk about Skinwalker Ranch. We'll
Yeah,
talk about the topic I wanted to talk about here on the Skinwalkers after the break. And also stay tuned for later. As I said, I have a very interesting story with an experience from one of these creatures we're going to talk about today.
yeah. Make sure you stay tuned.
All right, we'll see you guys after the break.
Yep. All right, everyone, we are back, still continuing to talk about myths and legends, and currently we are now talking about Skinwalker Ranch, a place known for many possible extraterrestrial experiences, possible skinwalkers who could turn into animals, cows being mutilated, with no blood around them despite being completely disemboweled. There's a lot to try and go over and discuss.
I told you,
I
man.
don't
This
even know
place,
what.
this place is wild.
Yeah, like I've had 10 minutes to kind of look up some of this information, and I probably only just scratched the surface because
Oh
trying to
yeah,
find information on it's quite difficult because most of the links are like YouTube, or Netflix or TV show documentaries, and I'm just like I kind of just want the information.
there's so
Yeah,
much on it though. That's what I'm saying, dude. We
yeah,
could do a
that's what I
whole
mean.
show on Skinwalker Ranch. I bet you anything we do a whole 4 hours on just this place.
I mean, I think we should actually do a full episode, proper deep dive into it,
Yeah,
and
or at least like
proper
half an
research it.
episode. We could do like a Skinwalker Ranch, Area 51, and other crazy like mysterious places.
Yeah,
But like
yeah, definitely.
Skinwalker Ranch has so much going on there, um,
Right.
and I want to dive deep into it. And again, if you guys want to learn about this place, right? Hunt for the
Yeah,
Skinwalker, uh, Colm Kelleher, and George Knapp's book. Go get that. I'm not trying to endorse them, but at the same time,
yeah,
they are fantastic. Um,
hmm,
Go check out their shows as well. Their shows are
yeah.
absolutely amazing. Um, but their
Right,
book is uh, beyond phenomenal.
right,
It's an amazing book. I recommend it. And it dives into Skinwalker Ranch in detail. They did like a
right.
whole investigation on that place, I guess. So
So,
it's an amazing read.
in terms of these skinwalkers, from what I've been able to find out a little bit, supposedly it began with some hostility between the Utes and the Navajo tribe. And supposedly the Navajo unleashed these skinwalkers upon them, and the skinwalkers are still around. Supposedly, supposed to be like remnants from an old, like an old conflict, so to speak. And that's supposedly where it originates in terms of these actual skinwalker supposed beings, according to the legend. The problem is trying to get more information is very hard because, like I said, the Navajo don't like sharing with people they don't trust, and they tend to keep quite tight-lipped about it. They don't like sharing it with people who aren't in the Navajo tribe. The reasons behind that could be numerous, but obviously this is part of their culture, their history. So I can understand them wanting to protect and maintain it, and not have it be completely blown out of proportion and twisted in any kind of way.
Mm.
But so in regards to that, so as you said, there was a woman who had a dog multiple times, happy-go-lucky, run off, and then one day it comes back and charged her, was pacing, and then eventually charged her, and she shut the door on it. Like, why do you think that that skinwalker may have possibly wanted into her home? What could have what are your thoughts of her? Do you think possibly plans to use her for some sort of ritual, or because
Maybe.
supposedly these are shamans or evil
I
witches,
don't know too
supposedly.
much about the owners themselves of that
Hmm.
dog. I just know they had a YouTube channel up with their dog. Um,
Yeah.
but I don't know too much about them necessarily. But it could be
Right.
very possibly some sort of ritual or something.
Yeah.
Maybe
I
they were
mean,
Native American. I don't know. Like I really don't know
yeah.
too much about them. Um,
Yeah.
it I see a lot of similarities too. Between like skinwalkers and then say like the chupacabra as well. But
Yeah.
there's some similarities between the two of them, saying that some speculate that the chupacabra is just a skinwalker outside of animal form. Like it takes actual natural appearance, you know,
Right.
um, and
Okay.
that they're blood-sucking creatures and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But
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 what's
I
also
think I definitely
interesting.
think they're different.
Yeah, because obviously chupacabra means goat sucker in Spanish,
Right.
right? And Spanish is, Spain's quite far from the US,
Well, these
So a
originate from like
possible,
Latin America.
yeah. So it's interesting that given a Spanish name. Well, maybe that was just a coincidence. Who knows? But supposedly they chupacabra attack and drink the blood of livestock, including goats and things. So could it be that when these cows were mutilated and completely disemboweled, they drunk all the blood? But then, if you completely disembowel something, how is there not like a trace of blood anywhere? Like, did they lick up all the dirt that had all the blood on it and all the grass, eat it all? I completely just,
Well, I think there's something to do with the Skinwalker Ranch as well. Maybe it's chupacabras. Who knows? Because there's been reports of like animals that have been like drained of blood, you know, and
yeah,
mutilated out there, you know.
yeah,
But I don't hear too much talks about that as far as Skinwalker Ranch, you know.
right. I mean, apparently, the first reported sighting of the chupacabra was in Puerto Rico in 1995.
Yep.
So if these have been around for a very long time, so to speak, supposedly from the Navajo and the Utes thing, they are skinwalkers. I find it very weird that these things, from 1995 onward, whereas skinwalkers go much further back.
Mm.
So I don't necessarily believe they are the same creature. Possibly could be getting confused where people, possibly a chupacabra has been in the area as well as the skinwalkers, and they just
Yeah.
assumed it's the same thing because it's supposedly some kind of animal-like being.
So
Um,
some people have also speculated. Like I know we're kind of getting off the Skinwalker topic, but
hmm,
for the chupacabra, that these are like the dogs or animals of vampires.
right.
Um,
Vampires are also sort of a urban myth and legend, I guess you
right.
could say as well. Um, I
Um,
mean,
so vampires go back long ways.
hmm,
People say like Dracula, the first vampire. Well, he wasn't a vampire.
yeah,
Dracula is referred to as Vlad the Impaler.
yeah, Vlad the Impaler. Yeah, I was
All
about to
right.
say that.
I believe he's what from Romania.
Romania, Russia, somewhere around there.
Yeah. So he,
Um,
he would he would impale his victims, right? His war
hmm,
victims. Um, and there's been
right.
known of like bloodletting and draining the blood and stuff like that, and that's kind of where
Yeah.
the whole urban legend of a vampire came about. Um,
Right.
and from there,
Whereas,
pop culture, I mean, in recent history,
yes.
has very romanticized and popularized the
Oh yeah.
idea of vampires with like
Yeah.
Twilight
Supposedly
and
be
other
able to put
things.
you under. Supposedly be able to put you under hypnotism and turn to
Yeah.
mist and
So the actual
I will drink
vampire
your blood.
origins,
And
right, and what a vampire
yeah. Yeah.
is a creature of the night that sucks blood. Um,
Irresistible.
yeah. Well, not
Killing.
even that. Like it was just a creature that survived on blood. Um,
Mm.
the irresistible thing kind of was popularized by Hollywood.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Definitely. Yeah.
they were supposed to
Sorry,
be
I'll
like repugnant,
on that topic.
repulsive beasts that would just like suck the blood from people or animals and survive off of that, and they were immortal.
Right.
The immortality portion of that came about from, I guess, sort of like pseudo witchcraft, making a
Yeah.
deal with one of the gods back then
Yeah.
to
Possible.
gain their immortality, and their price
Mm.
to pay was that they couldn't go into the sun, and that they had to
Right.
survive off of blood by killing.
Yeah. Well, if supposedly they can't, survive in the sun,
Right,
and
yeah, they don't turn to dust and ash like they do in the
no,
movies.
no, no. But
Yeah, they
it
do
could be
burn.
harmful to
It's
them.
it's extremely
Yeah.
painful for them to be in the sun. But yes, as long as they supposedly as long as they have their sustenance of blood, they can survive in the sun. They can bear it.
Right. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
very interesting.
Yeah, as long as they
But
have enough blood that they've consumed, they can go into the sun. They can survive in daylight. Um,
hmm,
but
yeah.
yeah, they're amongst like the undead category.
Yeah.
They're
Oh,
like you can kill them. It's incredibly hard to.
yeah. I mean, so let's get back to the skinwalker for a moment. So,
Okay.
supposedly one of these cows was mutilated in broad daylight.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah.
so, I don't know. It's crazy. An hour passes, it's just completely mutilated. All the blood's gone. Um, if I don't even know how to explain that. How could you possibly, completely, you know, mutilate the corpse like that and just there's no blood trail or anything? That's insane. It's almost like the blood has been vaporized or something. Like how? So I think that's probably what leads into a lot of the possible extraterrestrial explanations. Kel's supposedly being struck by lightning, but no sign, no scorch marks. So people believe it to be an
Right.
alien craft. But why are aliens so interesting, cows? I mean, you remember South Park?
Hey,
There's an episode of it.
I could
They're
definitely
like
see
the
why
kids
aliens
speak
are
to the
interested in
cows.
cows. All right, I enjoy a
Yeah.
good medium rare steak as much as the next guy. All right,
Yeah.
so I get it. All right, if I could just go around abducting cows, I probably would too.
Yeah.
All right,
The
I
South Park
mean,
episode where
steak is good. You know.
yeah. We get to the planet and we're talking to the cows, like, you are the most intelligent beings, not these humans. That's funny.
Yeah,
But yeah.
but
This
I mean,
hmm,
look, maybe I mean, cows have
food source,
been
yeah.
dissected and studied by us. I mean, maybe they're just interested. Maybe they're hungry. Who knows?
Maybe
I
they
mean,
harvest their parts for the
yeah.
buffet
I
guests,
hear all
please.
these people about aliens and cows and why they're so interested. I'm like, why are we so interested? I like steak.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe that's why they're taking them. Who knows? Maybe they like the eyes
Yeah.
of the cows or the tongues of the cows. Maybe that's what they enjoy because that's what seems to be missing a lot of the times.
Many places in the world actually cook and eat the
You
tongues of
know,
cows and things.
we like the fatty steak portions of like the thighs, the around the ribs, those type of things, and they like the eyes and tongue. Let them have it. It's weird.
Yeah. I mean, like Africa and the Middle East and that, a lot of them actually, use the whole cow. They don't just
Right, right.
like we tend to take ribs and stuff like that, but they eat
Yeah,
the eyes, eat the
yeah.
tongue,
I had
uh,
a
ears, and
oh
everything.
God, uh, where was I with that? I don't remember. I had a cow's brain though.
You have a cow's brain,
Yeah, I ate a cow's brain.
have you?
Yeah, that was it was interesting. It was good. It was good.
Yeah,
I'll say, yeah, it was
yeah.
pretty good.
I've never. Yeah, I've just had standard meat.
Hmm.
Never had a cow's brain or an animal's brain before.
Yeah,
Um,
it was definitely interesting. Weird texture, but it was pretty tasteful.
hmm, right, okay. Okay, Josh is an alien. He likes he likes cow brains. I'm joking. Right.
Yeah, let me go get my
But
craft real quick.
take me with you. Take me to your leader. Well, yeah, let's actually get back onto the topic though. So, yeah, I mean, the for attacks to happen in daylight,
Hmm.
that's quite bold.
So, along with these skinwalkers, here's an interesting one, right?
Hmm.
A doppelganger.
Doppelganger. Yeah, I
Yeah.
completely forgot about that creature.
So that's something that's kind of similar too. Like you run into a twin, but you don't have a twin. You know,
Right.
someone that looks identical to you.
Well, the funny thing is, there are actually people that actually look like other people. I mean,
Right.
there's some pictures of people that looks like celebrities today. And there's the
Right.
whole, oh, maybe they're immortal kind of thing going around.
Yeah.
Some conspiracy theories on that one.
Um.
But yeah, there was a case of this guy, right? He'd been completely he got arrested for a crime he didn't commit.
Huh.
And so many people saying this is definitely a guy, definitely the guy, definitely the guy. His name was Ricky or something like that.
Right.
And his nickname was Rick. And all these people kept pointing him out, saying, "Yeah, that's definitely the guy." And I
So
don't know how many years he served in prison, but I think it was like 16, 17 years, maybe more. I don't quite remember the full story of
so
it. But another guy had been arrested, and all the people in the prison were going, "Yo, Ricky, why did you ignore me the other day? Like the other day, I tried to talk to you, you just completely blanked me. People getting annoyed with him." And there was a prisoner that looked exactly like him,
mm,
and he'd spent all these years in prison for a guy that had been sent, ironically, to the same prison. And guess what? His name was Ricky, and they look very similar.
so
So
the term of doppelganger though comes from I guess German folklore. It's a wraith or
yeah,
apparition of a living person. It's distinguished from a
right.
ghost. So there's been speculation studies as well saying that have you ever had an imaginary friend?
When I was a kid, yeah,
Yeah,
I had
so
my very
a
friend
lot
that
of
I used to
people
talk to.
say that their imaginary friend, the way they imagine them, they look almost identical to them. A lot of these times, right?
Mm,
Um, I had one when I was a little kid, and yeah, I pictured them
yeah,
looking like me. And
yeah.
they say that these might be actual like apparition ghosts or the doppelganger ghost.
Hmm.
And it's not an imaginary thing, but a real thing. It's a wraith
Yeah, I mean,
that's taking the
interest.
image of you.
Mm. I mean, interestingly, we see that children are more susceptible to spirits or
Yeah.
beings. They
Oh.
say that the reason why we as adults are less susceptible is because we try and rationalize
Yeah.
everything. We make sense of everything, but a child's mind's more open. Supposedly, that's why children are a
So,
lot more influenced by
well,
spirits and ghosts.
here's the thing too. It says in the folklore for German folklore, right, to meet one's
Mm.
doppelganger is a sign that one's death is imminent. So if you were to meet your doppelganger, you're supposedly gonna die soon. They're gonna take your place.
Mm.
That's
Very
what the
interesting.
folklore says.
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, like you, I have a story I will share on Halloween. Uh, I have a very recurring dream, which is very strange, and it's going to sound crazy. I'll share that on Halloween, so make sure you guys do stay tuned for the Halloween one. But yeah, supposedly,
I'm so excited for that.
yeah,
It's gonna be such a good
supposedly,
show.
some spirits are seen as omens, bad omens, good omens, depending on the type of spirit you meet. Supposedly, you can experience, visits like it's like a death. Death. We have this whole in pop culture, Grim Reaper, hooded, or it has a scythe. Supposedly, that's an urban myth and a legend that people have been
So
going on about for hundreds of years. And
speaking of this,
supposedly, if he visits you, it's because somebody's going to die
yeah.
soon.
Speaking of this, all right. So I'll go ahead and share it since we're talking about this, right? My near death
Mm,
experience, guys. All right. I don't remember how
mm,
old I was. I was in my teens, right? I was like 15, 16 something years old, right?
yeah.
I was in bed. I was already asleep, right? And
Mm,
I had this very, very vivid dream, right? I had no pain in this dream, right? No pain at all to my
right.
body. I felt at peace, very much at peace in this dream, right? It was like a dreamlike state. I was in a
Yeah.
bright white, I guess you'd call it room, but it was like a void, right?
Yeah.
It went on endlessly, and I didn't recognize it at first, which is kind of hard to believe still, even to this day, for this thing, right? But there was this giant, and I'm talking like 6 story tall, maybe bigger, right? Entity in front
Mm,
of me, right? And I don't know how I didn't notice it, but it was there, and it was wearing all black, right? It was like a shade,
yeah.
right?
Right.
Didn't had no shadow to it though. I couldn't
Mm,
see its face. I can make out that it was a humanoid shape, right? But this thing was
right.
ginormous. It was huge. Um, and I'm looking up at this thing, and it's looking down at me, but I can't see a face. It's all just a shade, like a black shade, right?
Yeah.
and I'm not able to speak in my dream, right? In this thing,
Mm.
right? I wasn't able to speak,
Right.
um,
Yeah.
but I was able to think, and I was thinking, why am I here? What is going on? What do you want from me? You
Yeah.
know, and I remember it said something to me, but I couldn't make out. I can't remember or make out what it said.
Yeah.
And it raised both its arms, giant arms, and it reached out, and you could see it pointing. Right again, no hand or nothing. I could see like the hand, but I couldn't see what it was. Just a shade, a black shade, right,
Right.
like a phantom. And it reached out its
Right.
arms and it's extended a pointer finger in each direction. And I look over to my right, and there's a red like silhouette of like a square, like a door, like a red door, bright red, like I don't even know how to explain it. Just a very bright red door, and it was like glowing.
Yeah.
And I look over to my left, and there's an even brighter white room. Right, same thing. It was a door. It
Right.
was a white door frame, and it was brighter than the white void I was in.
Yeah.
And it was like just both of them just glowing and like this hue coming from them. And I remember looking up at him after looking at these doors, and I said again, "What do you want me to do? I don't understand." And
Yeah.
it didn't say a word to me. It just pointed at each door, almost as if it was giving me a choice to pick one. And that went on for quite a while. Just be standing there. I wasn't moving. I had free range of movement.
Yeah.
Um, but eventually I came to and I woke up, and when I woke up I was in my bed and I was being choked by a my blanket. I had like a string that came off my blanket, and I was being choked. I couldn't breathe,
Damn.
and I snapped the string off my neck, and I just gasped of air came in, and yeah, that was like my moment of uh, like oh my god, I was dying. That was a near death experience.
Right. Yeah. That's
What's
crazy.
going on, Dawson?
So it's like
Dawson's in our chat.
you. Welcome to the chat.
Yeah,
It's
it's
like
one of my
you.
friends from Korea.
Nice.
How you doing, man?
So it's almost like you. It's like you were being presented with a choice.
Yeah, that's what it seemed
Uh.
like. I mean, I think it's because I was so young still that I haven't like there's sins I've committed, and things like that. But like I think it was giving me a choice of where I wanted to go.
Right.
Almost like you choose your fate. And
Yeah.
I chose to stay here, stay in the middle. I was like, no, I don't want to die. Like what is going on?
Yeah.
And I came back to the real world here.
Right.
I think it was just like, okay, you made your choice. You want to live.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And since then, I've had this like I've had more paranormal experiences where I've heard or seen ghosts.
Yeah.
I've been able to communicate and talk with ghosts. At least, well, I believe that I have. Um, like I hear like certain people from my life who have passed on. I've heard their voice in my head as I'm talking to them. Now I don't know if this is just my brain talking to me.
Formulating a response or
Yeah. Or
right.
what?
That's very, very interesting. Uh. So, yeah. I mean, that I don't know where to begin with that. That's crazy. I mean, it's like
Yeah.
he was on the cusp, and it was like, where you going, bro?
Mhm.
And you were like,
So I
I'm
just
not
wanted
going
to share
anywhere.
that. I
And
mean,
then
that's something that happened to me. That's definitely for a different topic, but yeah, we were on that kind of a topic, and I wanted to kind of throw that out there.
yeah. I had a ghost woman show up in the road. She was trying to get me off the road. She vanished. Ghost be spooky. Almost wrecked 1800s looking lady.
Yeah,
Is what
I remember you telling me about
Dawson.
that story.
Yeah, that's kind of wild. I mean, Why was she trying to get you off the road?
Yeah,
Like,
who knows? I
no.
mean, yeah, I'll go into the ghost story stuff on Halloween, but yeah, I mean, so there's these entity like that's what I was trying to say about the whole ghost and being on a whole different realm, from our own, right? There's a
Yeah.
whole different like plane of existence that they're on compared to what we're on.
Yeah, I'd like to someday possibly have a podcast about paranormal, not the paranormal, what's the term? Alternate universes and other
Yes,
universes.
yeah, we should definitely do that as well.
Definitely
Um,
do that.
Put it on the to-do list. Where's our secretary?
Yeah, I mean,
Dawson could be our secretary.
yeah.
uh,
But
but
we,
but yeah, man. There's like all these different like entities, like vampires, werewolves, the chupacabra, skinwalkers,
yeah,
different things that are out there. That there's so much that we could talk about, and there's so little time for this.
I know, right?
Um,
And it's so easy to go off topic as well because it's just you get hooked on a
all right,
thing that you're talking about and you're off. So
all right. Um, I think for
you
the,
know.
I know this is your show, right? For this one,
Mhm.
but I do want to go over like the Mothman and stuff too. I think that'd be kind of interesting.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. I'm not used to being in control of the show, so it's quite into segments. I'm waiting for you to do that because I'm used to you being the one to do
Well, it's your
that.
show. I don't want to step on your foot here, man. Like,
No, you're not stepping on my foot at all, bro.
uh,
But
yeah, I do want to go
yeah,
over
I
that
mean,
topic too, because that's a very interesting one. Then the swamp creatures in Louisiana and Florida.
right, I have nothing on that, so I'll let you tackle the swamp
Okay,
creatures and stuff like
okay,
that.
we'll do
But
Mothman that on I guess the next segment then.
yeah,
All right.
but there is speaking of interdimensional, possibly other dimensions. There's a really big theory in regards to Skinwalker Ranch that supposedly, rather than the UFOs supposedly being from another planet or whatnot in this area, they possibly could be arriving from a parallel dimensional universe.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
apparently some of these lights in the sky look like
yeah.
portals of some kind.
There's a chapter in George Knapp's book. Oh God, what was his name? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It's George Knapp is the co-author, but
yeah,
he sorry, I'm gonna pull this up again so that way I don't keep
yeah,
screwing it
yeah.
up.
No worries.
Um, Colm Keller. Oh wow, I was trying to blank. In their book, there's a chapter about that as well, about the
Yeah,
UFOs and the portal dimensions.
right. So here's what I'm thinking. For we got 30 minutes. We carry on talking about Skinwalker Ranch, and then in the next segment, we can go into some of the Mothman and the Wendigo stuff.
Hmm.
I mean, well, because the problem is with the Skinwalker Ranch, there's so much to cover and so much to talk about, and I
We're
don't,
gonna have to
I
do a
don't.
whole show on that.
Yeah, it's gonna be one of those. But yeah, so apparently, um, the there was a encounter with a wolf on Skinwalker Ranch, and supposedly it was much bigger than any wolf they'd ever seen, and they'd fired multiple shots into it, and it didn't seem to really do anything, but the creature ran off. It was Terry Sherman. He heard a noise outside, was starting to see a wolf in his yard, and he grabbed his gun, shot it, but apparently didn't do any damage. And apparently, when they were following its tracks, eventually they disappeared entirely, as if it just vanished into thin air.
Hmm. That's interesting.
So could it have been possibly like it went through one of these portals or gateways, or possibly turned into a flying creature and was able to just take off into the sky because it realized it was being chased? if they have the ability to shape into an animal-like form, could it be possible that there are other forms they could take? Birds, perhaps, or things like nature. Maybe they can change it. Well, maybe they're locked to a certain form or they're limited. We don't know. It's
Right.
just, but during the years Skinwalker ran, they were reporting various flashing lights, mysterious objects in the sky, apparently strange circles in the fields, mysterious voices supposedly floating overhead, like voices being carried in the wind. Could they have been coming from, where one of these portals was, or something of
Yeah.
that nature?
That's another thing I'll tell on Halloween. I've heard voices in the wind.
Yeah.
So yeah, I definitely want to someday be able to check out Skinwalker Ranch for myself. Um,
Oh yeah.
a thing I was thinking about doing for this podcast channel is,
Hmm.
eventually, if Aaron's available for it too, but I might even do it on a separate channel. I don't know, but I'm gonna start trying to do some like paranormal hunts, where I'm
Right.
actually gonna go out there and I'll stream and
Yeah.
have you guys come join us with these hunts and just
Yeah.
kind of experience it all together. We'll go see some haunted
Yeah.
places or some places where aliens have been known to be around, Bigfoot hunts out in the mountains, what have you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go try and do some of that,
Yeah.
and
I
just
mean,
live stream it.
there's a few haunted places I'd like to visit in the UK as well.
And
But
I'm gonna shoot you over that, Aaron, the information for the account for this channel, so that way if you want to post anything, you can just log in and post as well.
Roger that, yeah. I'll be able to sort your thumbnails for you and just get it all done without having to send it
Let's go
over.
explore the Navajo Reservation in northern Arizona. I know the skinwalkers there are wild. Yeah, I definitely want to be able to check that out someday too.
Yeah,
So I am 100% down for doing that.
yeah.
I do know
I mean,
Dawson here in the chat. He was out in Arizona for a time being.
yeah,
So I think it was Arizona if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. In case you guys are wondering who he is, buddy of mine from the army. We met in Korea.
yeah,
Um, I heard all the stories where when I lived there. Yeah, so yeah, he did live out there. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean that's where the skinwalkers originate from, with the Navajo. So
yeah,
it makes a lot of sense that they'd be wild out there for sure.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, supposedly, I don't think we'll possibly cover. Maybe if we have time, I'll cover it. But supposedly, there's a tribe in one of your national parks. Supposedly, there's this mountain range, and people that have gone up there have been killed. Supposedly, they say apparently a god lives up on the mountain, and a lot of these things, these stories that come from around the gold rush era. So supposedly, there was gold in this mountain, and if you could find it, you get a lot of gold. So a lot of people flocking out there. There were many people that had gone up into the mountain ranges, in search of these possible caves and been able to find more gold, and they've been scalped, killed. Apparently, there's a tribe which is supposedly tribe or possible beings that are killing these people and preventing them from properly exploring the peaks of the mountains in the park. I'll have to get more information on it because I don't have it up today.
Mm.
But that could be something we could talk about, national parks and things in another episode because I feel like that is very interesting. Because there's been a lot of you've heard me say this in a previous podcast about missing 411, things like that. People in these national parks, seeing trained hunters just mysteriously vanishing. There was a kid that was with his family, completely disappeared, ended up finding it at the top of a mountain peak. There's no way this child should have easily been able to get up there on their own. But he'd been, people were searching for him for weeks or months, and eventually they found him at the top of the mountain, miles away, like completely miles away. Um, and it was just crazy how the child had even gotten up there in the first place. And supposedly there's beings in these national parks, and many of the rangers that run them try and keep it hush.
Hmm.
Supposedly, there's a I can't remember the name of the YouTube channel. So when we go into that topic in the day, I'll have to get it up. But
Yeah. Another thing I was kind of curious about is these cave creatures as well. You see them a lot on YouTube. I think in the thumbnail. Um, no, okay, the thumbnail that you made for this episode's not on there. But
no,
yeah, they have like these. There's a video. I'll play the video later for us. There's a video
yeah,
of this like cave creature. Let me go ahead and try and pull this up too. But super creepy.
right, yeah,
Um, see if I can't find it. But yeah, it's this weird entity that was like in this cave, and this guy was like just splunking in the cave and came across this thing, and they're so creepy. Um,
right,
yeah, and it's still unexplained to this day. People like they'll go into these caves, they see this thing, and they're like, nope, and they just leave.
yeah.
I don't blame
I
them.
mean,
I mean,
yeah,
part of me
no,
is like,
no.
yeah, sacrifice yourself, go in there, let me see what you just saw. But the other
Yeah,
part of me is also like, dude,
here's the
get out,
sign.
get out.
Here's a camera. Go in there. Go find it. Go
Yeah,
closer. Nah, bro. I'm off. No. I'm good. I don't know what that is. I am not wanting to find out up close with a personal encounter.
yeah,
Not a chance.
yeah. I'm just like,
Yeah, yeah,
I want to know what these things are.
yeah.
Um,
Um,
Hold on, I'm gonna go ahead and mute all the audio real quick. I'm gonna pull up this video so I can turn off the volume on that, and then we'll come right back here in just a second. Audio's back on, so now I can watch this video without audio coming through.
also thinks it could be a Wendigo, maybe.
Yeah, that's another topic too. I want another creature I want to talk about is the Wendigos.
Oh yeah,
So
I'm gonna
this
get into
this
that.
is a very very prominent thing here in North America.
Yeah,
Um, Very terrifying, and I don't know. Maybe it was a Wendigo that I saw. I don't know, but
yeah.
we'll go into that here later on.
Hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, God, I can't find this video here.
Yeah, I've got a possible suggestion for you that we could talk about another time. Like maybe possibly getting chat up on the screen so people can see the chat, what people are posting, and things like that. Maybe in the future. Because I know
Yeah.
how you can get the chat up on the screen without actually having to show the whole Twitch page.
Right.
Um,
I'll have to figure that out here later.
no, not right now. Yeah, I'll explain it to you after the stream and whatnot.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll have that for the next video for sure. I'm trying to find
Yeah.
this video, man. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna have to look for it during our break. But I think
Right.
it's just creepy, creepy, creepy.
Yeah.
Uh,
So
I think I might have found
I
it.
yeah.
But yeah,
Okay.
I'll get it all sorted whenever we go on break here.
Right. Okay. So I sent you a video as well where supposedly they captured what possibly a real witch or some kind of strange entity.
Okay, that didn't do what I wanted it to do. There we go. Um, did you already watch through it too?
Which one?
The video you sent me.
Oh, I saw this a long time ago, so I already
Okay.
know what it kind of entails.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and put it on the display here.
Right.
All right. So we'll go ahead
Um,
and watch this. I'll go ahead and mute us here, and we'll watch it. And we'll watch it through one time. It's 3 minutes and 30 seconds. We got enough time for that, and then we'll just discuss it a bit.
I might want to skip a little bit. Let me find out the switch
So
part.
who is this? Who's this video by? Horror Glore.
So this is footage that was captured by somebody of a strange woman walking in a
Yeah,
very
from Horror
strange,
Galore.
bizarre manner. Um,
It's on YouTube.
this guy, this guy sounds terrified.
Okay. I'll go ahead and play this video. We'll watch it real quick. We'll just watch the whole thing,
Yeah,
and then we'll come back and discuss it.
yeah.
All right.
Uh, Probably skip to like 7 or 8 seconds or something.
الشاب
A bit
دور
more.
دور دور
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and mute us while we
شايف
watch this.
الافلخ افلخ
Right.
افلخ عنده خلاص والله وقته ضروري وقته 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 حطه في الريفرس الريفرس رجعوا رجعوا يبنوا ركضوا ركبنا على السيارة على السيارة رجعوا رجعوا وينه؟ ابلغ 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 ابلغ
So
So that guy was terrified. Now,
yeah.
I'm not saying that's paranormal or
All
anything.
right.
Could be very staged, but he sounded terrified. Now, imagine encountering just a random woman on the side of a road at night.
I it could just very well be it could it could just be somebody like faking it as well, and like just dressing up and trying to scare people. I know there's like the clown stuff that was going on in the States for a
Yeah,
while
yeah,
too, you know.
yeah. That was a crazy
Yeah.
pandemic when that was kind of going on. Um,
Yeah. Um, but yeah,
uh,
it's that one I feel like could be debunked as that.
Definitely, definitely. I just thought it was very interesting.
It is.
Uh, just because the whole thing of it, like, she's out in the middle of the woods at night, in the middle of nowhere, just along the road, and she's not scared of this vehicle. Like, she doesn't back up when he starts driving towards her. You know, any normal person would back up, you know, like, oh, fuck, he might try and hit me. But she just kept coming towards him, which is very strange. Um, like, she wasn't really worried at all. But supposedly that was captured by police.
Hmm.
Now, generally, because obviously, supposedly being captured by the police, it's a little bit authenticity, kind of. But I don't know. I don't know what I think of it, but I just find that it's creepy. You
Right.
know, sometimes there's videos of people just driving along the road at night, and there's just random people just running on the side of the road, just in the middle of the darkness, and you know, just disappearing or whatever. You know.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting nonetheless. But who knows? It could
Yeah,
be.
I don't
I mean,
think
like I
it's a
said, the
witch.
clown sightings here in the United States, like they didn't back
Yeah,
off either. They kept coming at people. So
yeah,
you know, um, it's just very weird nonetheless, though.
yeah. Definitely,
Um,
definitely not a spirit though. 100%,
no.
like fully cohesive. You know,
Yeah, that was
I think it
definitely a
might have just
person.
been definitely a person. But yeah, just some strange, bizarre things that people see.
Yeah,
Now,
don't do drugs, people.
could it be that sometimes people have encountered things like this, and that draws them to the conclusion like, I saw a
No,
skinwalker,
yeah,
or I
and
saw
and
a
definitely if you see
creature.
stuff like that, post about it. You know, I mean, people are gonna make fun of you, but I mean, it takes the bravery enough just posting it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, people could have encounters like that and automatically jump to the conclusion. Oh, I encountered this and that because you know, like I said that was a witch. Now I don't believe that was a witch, but you know, could it be that a
I
lot of
definitely
these
think it was
stories
a
that some
crazy
people
drug addict.
no, because we could see it on camera. So
Yeah.
I think sometimes what happens with a lot of these urban myths and legends is people see things and they try and rationalize it.
Mhm.
And they will come to the conclusion that, oh, it sounds similar to this or that, and they just go, oh, it must be this. Like that person's like, oh, I encountered a witch. You're trying to rationalise, what the hell have I just seen? So, whether it's legit or not, you know, I feel like it was just important to share anyway, because we need to kind of talk about that as well with a lot of these other myths and legends. Sometimes people see things, they try and rationalise, and they come to a conclusion, they automatically just say, this is this, because that's what makes sense to them in their mind. Um, when it comes to a Skinwalker Ranch, though, these things you can't explain. Like, we have no proper explanation for it. So, we can't just simply just say, oh, it's a myth. Or, oh, it's this being doing this being doing that. Because we can't explain the happenings that are going on. There's no logical explanation that we can really definitely jump to and say this is 100% what it is. So
Mm.
I want people to always bear that in mind sometimes when it comes to urban myths and legends. And sometimes it could just be people seeing things and they tell a story about it and it gets romanticized and stretched out and blown up.
Right. Well, we are here
Um,
at the break. Um, Next segment, we're gonna go ahead and talk about like swamp creatures, Louisiana and
yeah,
Florida type things. The Mothman. Uh,
it'll
and
be
then
like that. Random
you know,
ladies looking for guys.
stay tuned because I have not forgotten. I will tell my story here
Yeah,
on the creature
yeah.
I saw.
So, yeah, sounds good. We'll be back in 10 minutes, everybody.
Yeah. I'll see
See you
everybody
all
then.
soon.
We are back. Welcome back, everyone.
Hello, everybody. We are back.
All right. I did find the video I was looking for about the quote unquote cave dweller, tunnel dweller, sewer dweller, whatever you want to call it. Right. Very
Yeah,
interesting video. I'm gonna go ahead and throw that up on the screen here.
yeah. And funny thing is, as well, is during the break, I also got up a video, and it turned out to be the same video. We both
Yeah.
had the same idea.
That was the one I was looking for. So we'll go ahead and
Yeah.
put this up on the screen here. So it's an older video. I've seen it before. I'm not gonna play the audio for it.
Yeah,
But I'll go ahead and just play it and we'll talk about it.
yeah,
So we'll just kind of talk through it. So this is a like a CCTV type camera that's down in the sewer, right? I don't
Yeah.
remember where it's at either. It's probably in the comments for the video. You can go ahead and check it out itself. Just sewer creature spotted.
yeah,
It tells you how far away something's detected as well on there, I believe. Yeah, so
Yeah.
like it's a 1 meter down, you know. But yeah, you'll
Yeah,
notice
yeah.
over here in this corner right here, you'll see something pop out. Glowing eyes.
yeah, yeah.
Alright, so I don't know if this is a person that's walking with this camera or if it's like a snake or something. I think it's like a snake camera.
I think it's snake camera or drone or something.
But yeah, see, like, okay, so pause it right here. You can see the arms on this thing right here.
Yeah,
So it has arms too.
yeah,
And the legs too. You
Right.
can see its knees. And
Yeah.
see how fast it moved?
yeah. That thing darted.
Alright. But yeah, so this is gonna tie into my story. I'm gonna go ahead and tell it now. Alright?
Yep.
Very similar looking creature.
Yeah.
Alright? Very similar to that creature right there. You know what? Hold on, let me pull it back up. And I'll go ahead and tell this.
Yeah. I actually have a extended longer video as well with some other footage that was also captured in the sewer.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and tell this story here as soon as this ad's done running on here, so I can pull up the video, the same video there, and I'm gonna pause the screen and show you guys. So I'm talking about here.
Yeah.
All right. So this creature here, all right. I don't know what this creature's called. All right. Call it Wendigo, a rake, something, right?
Yeah.
I believe it's a rake. Right? These things are supposed to be all white, but this one's darker, almost like a black silhouette, right? This
Yeah.
exact same thing, right, is what I saw here in the woods where I live. All right? I was out in the woods one night. I was after a game of airsoft we were doing. I went out there trying to scout out new areas, right? And I was out by myself. Heard some rustling in the trees. I was looking around, had my flashlight, turned it on, didn't see nothing.
Right.
Kept hearing the rustling get closer and closer, closer. I'm thinking, okay, it's probably like a deer or something in the woods near me, right? So I'm not too terribly afraid of it. You know, I'm more afraid that it might be a buck, right?
Yeah.
And I heard something like right in front of me, right? Maybe like 15 feet in front of me, like in a bush, right? And it moved from my right to right in front of me, like super fast. And you saw the speed of this thing in the video, all right?
Oh yeah.
So it's like directly to my right to straight in front of me in the bush, and I spot my light over there in front of me, and I see a creature that looks just like this on all fours, staring at me.
Right.
I am freaked out. I'm like, what is this thing?
Understandably.
What is this thing, right? I go to back up slowly, and as I'm backing up, it opened its mouth, and it had these razor sharp, blinding white teeth. And it was just dripping saliva from them.
Ooh.
I backed up slowly some more, then kind of shifted over to my left a little bit, like very slowly though. And I immediately just turned around and took off running towards my buddy's house.
Right.
And I heard this thing running through the trees and the bushes, crunching on all the leaves. And by the time I got back to my buddy's house and I turned around, aimed my flashlight back at the woods, I heard nothing. It was just dead silent. All I could hear is my friends and stuff laughing in the garage.
Yeah.
Didn't make a noise though. This thing did not make a noise other than its movement.
Right.
So there's that story. I don't know what it is. Terrifying to this day, but something of the same type of creature, glowing yellowish eyes, yellowish green eyes, all the same.
Yeah. I mean, you know,
It had the limbs, like it had knees and an elbow and everything, and arms and legs, just like that.
Mm.
I mean, this is probably the most identical, replica of what I can tell you is this video right here, because this is caught on camera. But this is exactly what I saw. Something to this standard, this degree.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting. I mean, we don't know all creatures on this planet. We like to think we do, but we're discovering new creatures every day and things like that. Now, generally, we do know that in some forests and woods there are sewer grates and things like that. They could dwell in the sewers, possibly, or maybe not. Maybe this one lives out in the forest.
I saw this out in the forest, so I don't know.
Well, like we could, possibly find more of these. We don't know how many there could be.
I got your other video here up on the screen here. I'll play this as well. So, monster in sewer caught on camera during a survey.
So this one is actually part of the same video. Actually, interestingly, it's a bit earlier, I think. It's the same
Alright,
looking
if you missed
area.
that, I kind of almost missed that as well. The camera stops too, right? You'll see it runs across the screen here.
Yeah.
Right here in the window.
Yeah.
So I'll try and get it on the camera here.
Yeah. It almost. I'm not. It almost looks like I'm not saying it's a raptor. It's not a raptor, but like kind of bodily wise, like what we imagine from Jurassic Park kind of thing. A tail running past you with legs and whatnot. Now I'm not saying it's a raptor, but whatever that is.
It's so hard to catch that on the screen.
Frame. Yeah, I think what you're best off doing is slowing it down. If you click the cog wheel on the video and put the speed to 0.5, maybe you might have an easier time. So that'll be a lot easier. 0.5, and it'll slow it down, and then you should be able to get it a bit
I'm
better.
gonna slow it down even more.
Okay, a little bit back. So. Yeah.
So it has like a tail.
It has a tail, and its legs are.
There it goes, right there.
Yeah, it's. I've no idea what the hell that thing is. It looks like a blur. That's how fast it goes, even with 0.25. And it looks like it's got powerful hind legs. It has some speed to it. Like that thing took off, possibly hearing this thing moving around.
Right.
Maybe it spooked it.
Alright, I'll play the rest of this while we talk. But, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I'm telling you, this thing moved with lightning fast speed, the thing I saw.
Yeah, I'm not saying this is the same creature.
There it goes again.
I definitely don't think
Same
it
exact
is,
thing.
But there could be all kinds of creatures
So,
living in our sewers and things.
I do remember when this video came out that people were saying it was just a giant rat. I don't think so.
That's too big for a giant rat.
That thing had like stuff on its back too. It had like spikes or scaly type stuff on its back as well. Yeah, same video. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, goodness knows, what could be under our sewers right now.
And I mean, look, and then this thing comes up. It's curious, Again, so rakes are known to be territorial.
Right.
But they're not known necessarily to be violent. Not gonna watch that ad. But yeah, they're known to not be as violent, I guess.
Yeah, I mean it's like similar to bears. Like bears can be violent, but most of the time they're curious. They're wondering
Right.
what the hell you are. Like what are you? Who are you? What are you doing? And then they decide later if you're a meal or not.
Mhm.
But generally, typical animalistic like behavior. What is that? What are you? Kind of checking it out. A degree of thought process going on in
So
its mind. Like,
this is
what
from
is
the
this thing?
the Monster Fandom wiki page stuff, right? The rake is also known to be tied to alternate figures such as the Slender Man.
Yeah,
An internet meme, that's what it's based on, But
yeah,
what people have said, it says it's a skinny man mysteriously lurking in the woods, right? Which is where I
right.
was when I saw this thing.
Yeah.
I am a firm believer that this thing is real. Obviously,
Oh, yeah.
for
Well, with your
obvious
experience,
reasons,
I
it
wouldn't
is
blame you.
very real in my opinion.
I mean, interestingly enough, an artist's depiction of the Wendigo, as described in Algonquian tradition, actually looks a bit like a rake. Funnily enough, so I'm gonna send this to you.
So it is
This was the
unclear
artist's
if this
depiction.
possible, if at all possible, to eradicate this creature. Though there are some alleged filmed sightings of used firearms on the creature. It seemed to be protected at using its superior agility, speed, and superhuman strength.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, there's all kinds of animals out there in Animal Kingdom that are way stronger than us. I mean,
they likely
I
settle in places such as hilly or mountainous forested areas.
right. Yeah, I mean,
They've been sighted in the USA, Europe, and Asia.
I've seen like three bodybuilders, having a
Um,
tug of war with a lion, and the lion was able to stand
well,
its ground and stop them from being able to pull
the
it. So,
the first encounter of a rake was 1691, identifying the rake by name. The next account was written in the 1800s.
yeah,
And then 1964, a suicide note was written in which the author claimed to have committed suicide due to the repeated encounters with a rake and the fear that the creature will torment him horribly.
right.
Currently, the most
So,
complete fictional tale of the rake was written in 2006, and that's widely by
yeah,
story begins with a woman walking. Yeah, so there's a story about it, and then I know the SCP Foundation thing wrote about it as well. So it's become
yeah.
more legend. And
Legend,
it's
man.
also believed to be known as the Wendigo.
Yeah. So, yeah, because that image that I sent you just now, this is the artist's depiction of the Wendigo. Now, when we look at the Wendigo, like, if you actually Google Wendigo, there's different images that pop up. Some say it's like some kind of weird, like, animal skull with deer horns and humanoid, and
Right.
then you have other versions which are supposedly more like this creature that you saw in the video, or possibly the image that I just sent you. Supposedly that's a Wendigo. So what a Wendigo really looks like, whether the same creature or not, is kind of hard to really discern. Maybe a Wendigo is just a rake. Who knows?
Right. Excuse me there. So I call it a rake. I think they're two separate entities completely.
Yeah.
But whether it's a Wendigo or a rake that I saw, it's still just terrifying. Um,
Oh yeah.
but rakes are not known to be aggressive, whereas Wendigos are.
Oh yeah.
Wendigos are supposedly super aggressive. They immediately attack. They torment and terrorize their victim before they attack too. Whereas rakes are more curious. They watch you, they study you, and then they try and flee. They don't. They're territorial. Like they're like, what are you doing in my area?
Yeah.
but they don't attack you unless provoked. Like you attack them or
Right.
encroach upon them. Um,
Yeah.
whereas Wendigos, they like track you and follow you around and then mutilate you. And
Right.
Wendigos is supposed to be like a spirit as well,
Yeah.
like a spirit of the forest. It's an evil spirit of the forest.
Yeah. I mean, Wendigos were originating from folklore around plains and Great Lakes. Um, Natives kind of talk about the creature, as well as some of the First Nations also talk about the creature. I don't believe they are massively in number. Possibly, you know, may have been hunted down or just low in number.
Right.
Um, but yeah, terrifying, terrifying creatures.
Yeah, I
Imagine,
I definitely don't ever want to run into one of these things again. That's why I also avoid the woods.
yeah,
Um, supposedly, two Wendigos make noise. They're very
yeah,
vocal.
mm,
Um, they have like a howling noise, and some
yeah,
people say that's Bigfoot howl type noise.
right,
Um, whereas a rake doesn't really make much noise. Again, they're very rakes are a lot more mysterious in that way, where they don't really make noise. They don't talk. Um, they kind of keep to themselves.
yeah. I mean, Wendigos, the most common depiction. Imagine like a really fierce-looking humanoid, elongated, really tall, sharp claws. Cross between a deer and a man, so to speak, a stag, I guess, more so because the horns. Supposedly that's what they look like. They kind of hunch over, um, kind of walking on all fours, but kind of don't need to. Um, Very hunched-like body, terrifying abomination of possibly a humanoid deer, basically.
So,
Um,
says the most common interpretation of a Wendigo is that of a spirit that possesses a person after they resort to cannibalism. So,
uh-huh.
typically, you gotta resort to cannibalism, I guess, to experience a Wendigo.
Right. So could
Well,
it be that this
so
this is
that's
a
another reason why I
funny?
think they're two separate entities. Because rakes are more,
Yeah,
again, they're just creatures in the forest or sewers or whatever. They hide. They're territorial,
yeah,
but they hide. They don't want human interaction at all. And when they do have human interaction, they're curious. They want to keep a lookout for it, but they don't try to be confrontive about it. They run away.
right.
Unless they're attacked, in which case they will defend themselves. But they are very similar in appearance. They got sharp razor claws, sharp teeth. Um, I suppose they probably hunt on forest animals more so than they do humans.
Yeah. Maybe the fact that we are humanoid like itself, kind of. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
I don't think
uh,
rakes are cannibals. So I don't
no,
think they look at us and maybe think, oh, we're part of the same family, and they're confused though.
possibly.
They're confused though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, why do you look so different? Why has all your features that I have? What? What's going on
Yeah,
here?
like you can see in
I
that
mean,
video that we just showed,
yeah,
that creature looked confused. Like, what is that? Why is it here?
yeah.
And as it moved closer, it ran off. So
I
to me,
mean,
that's a rake.
we share the same curiosity as well. I mean, if we see something we don't understand, like, what is that? You kind of want to know.
I mean, that's why the
But
camera moved forward too, because he's like, "What is that?" The guy put the
yeah,
camera in further, like, but it ran
just
off because
yeah,
they're skittish.
yeah. I mean, imagine looking at yourself in the mirror and seeing completely different features, but you. Like, that's probably what it's like for a Wendigo, not Wendigo, a rake to see you. It's like, it looks like me, but it's not like me. Huh? Like, it's kind of like, you'd be curious too.
Right.
If you saw yourself like at the end of a road, looking completely different, but sharing similar traits, you're like, what the hell? Huh? Why is that? We all have that curiosity. We want to know. That's a defining human trait. Because, we want to know information. We have a thirst for knowledge. We're very greedy in that respect.
Right.
That's why a lot of inhumane experiments have happened and stuff like that, because we want to know information. Now, these creatures don't seem to have the same kind of mindset as us, but again, the curiosity factor is there. Like, what are you? Why do you look like me, but you're not like me? Are you one of me? Are you not? You know? Just like, animals, a dog looks at a wolf and a wolf looks at a dog and they know they're different, but they're like, they know they're similar as well. It'd be the same concept for basically the rake and us. They just, what is this? Why do they look different?
Right. So, I kind of want to transition into this, the creatures of the swamp thing. Kind of touch
Yeah.
upon that. So there's multiple different types of monsters that have been known to be in like the swamps, swampland, especially in places like Louisiana, out in like bayous, and then the marshlands in like Florida.
Yeah.
I'm not too familiar with these. I've never really experienced anything like these. I've heard stories.
Hmm.
I've done a little bit of research on them, but not too much either. So there's things like people have seen like wills or wisps. Um, there's what is it, Groot sling? It's a huge elephant-like creature with a serpent tail. That one's
Right.
been mainly found in like South Africa.
Hmm.
Yeah, here we go. This one I was talking about. That was the Honey Island swamp monster, out in
Yeah.
Louisiana. Um, no real depictions of it. It's an ape-like humanoid cryptid creature, similar to Bigfoot. So what we talked about last week.
Yeah.
That's the one that is out in the St. Tammany Parish in Louisiana.
Yeah.
It's become a big part of the Louisiana folklore. I guess there's tours that they do as well.
Right.
But I guess science has like massively like debunked it.
Hmm.
But yeah, apparently this thing lives in the swamp and you know doesn't really interact with humans too much.
Yeah.
But so there's not a whole lot known on this thing other than that's where it
Hmm.
lives and it's been spotted, I guess.
Yeah.
But I want to know more about these swamp creatures, and I want to dive more into it at another time because I don't know too much about it.
Right. Again, harkening back, our thirst for knowledge. We don't know. We want to know. It's just a very human-like trait. I mean, I don't really know much about swamp creatures and stuff like that. Too much. I know a lot of tribes in the Amazon and that have. Well, it's not really a swamp-like place, but they have stories of creatures, mostly giant snakes, which are like river gods and all this kind of stuff. But when it comes to swamps and things, I don't really know too much in that aspect myself.
That was
I've not really heard too many.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if anyone in the chat knows more about them, like feel free share with us.
Yeah.
So I would love to learn more about it.
Yeah,
But
definitely.
one topic I do know more about is the Mothman, though.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've done any research with that.
I looked into it a little bit, but supposedly, a creature with big red eyes, and people claim it was large
So
and white.
apparently, so it became very popularized, and science fiction-y. When
Yeah.
it started kind of with a place called Point Pleasant in West Virginia. All
Right.
right. However, this goes back even further to the Native Americans.
Yeah.
Um, so with that being said, this is a uh, like a creature almost like the Loch Ness monster or Bigfoot. You know, it's
Right.
folklore. Not much is
Yeah.
known about it. Supposedly, it was an evil spirit that came to Earth, and it's not here for evil purposes, though.
Right.
It's almost like an omen. Like it's there to warn you of like imminent death.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah.
Uh.
So that's what people have come to think of it now. So people who have said they've seen it said that they almost died that day or that night,
uh
and that they lived to tell the tale because they saw the Mothman.
Yeah.
They avoided what they were gonna go do, and because of that, they survived.
Yeah. I mean, supposedly there was like between 1966 and 1967, there's like supposedly more than 100 people, and some are even afraid to even talk about it. Have supposedly seen this thing. Now, I've not really heard any modern day stories about, the Mothman or anything like that. So could it be that this thing isn't around anymore? Maybe it
No,
left.
so supposedly there's been more reportings of it in recent years.
Is there?
Yeah, supposedly. 2022 there was quite a few sightings of it. Um,
Hmm.
I do know Point Pleasant does do a festival every single year to it as well.
Yeah.
But it's been spotted all over the United States now, not just in West Virginia. Let me see if I
Right.
can't find. See, can't find something on it for like recent years. So yeah, they do celebrate it now. Like I said, there's festivals for it because they believe it's not a bad omen anymore, and that it was an evil creature, but it's come to warn us of imminent death, and it's saved a lot of lives.
Interesting.
Yeah. So all I'm seeing stuff is on the festival, but yes, there have been reports of it. There's been some for 2023, so this year there's been reports on it.
Okay.
There's been sightings. Let me see here. I'm not really seeing too much on this article. All right. Yeah, Mothman sighting in New York, 2023.
Okay.
So there's been that. 2016 there was one. So I mean, there's been more sightings of it. It's not gone.
Right.
That's for
Okay.
sure. But
Yeah.
this is another creature I definitely believe is real. I 100% believe this one's real too. And I believe this may have been a demon. Just like they say. Um,
Right.
Native Americans said that they saw it too, and their stories are the same as ours with it. It kind of went away for quite a while, and then it just all of a sudden pops back up in West Virginia at Pleasant Point or Point Pleasant, wherever it is. Yeah,
Yeah.
Point Pleasant. Um, yeah, so yeah, Point Pleasant, West Virginia. They've found they came out again there, and it's deep in the folklore in the area there. To like I said, they have festivals for them.
Yeah.
It's literally like I like a Batman essentially. It's
Yeah,
kind of like that.
there was actually a comic,
Yeah,
Batman Kill 'Em Off, that was based on it, you know?
yeah, and it's there to, it's looks evil, but it's actually there to help. And
Right.
people are terrified when they see it, but it's not there to terrify you. It's just that's the way it looks. You know.
Yeah. I mean,
Um,
to be fair, if you saw a creature you hadn't seen before and it looked like that, supposedly
yeah,
what
and
it's
they're
supposedly
supposed to be like
depicted
six,
as.
7 feet tall, and there's also supposedly multiple of them.
Right. Okay.
So you again, some people said these are demons that they're trying to repent from hell. That's a theory that's gone around, and that they're actually here to they come to Earth to try and guide us from death and help us, and in hopes that maybe they'll be seen in a better light and go to heaven.
Okay.
That's one of the stories behind it.
Right.
But they're not evil from what I've read on them. They try to help people.
So has there ever been any reports of any attacks?
Not
Possibly
that not
somebody
that I've
attacking
seen.
it or
Not that I've
it
seen.
attacking them? Hmm.
Yeah, everything I look up as far as like attacks from Mothman's nothing.
Right.
There's not much on that. Just a bunch of puff stories. Nothing like concrete or real.
Yeah.
Just a bunch of fake stuff about Mothman attacks. But every story I've actually seen of Mothman shows that it's here to help us.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Almost like a guardian angel, but not an angel.
Right. Um. But here's the thing too. Like there's not a lot of videos of this either.
No. I mean, there's no photographs of it or supposed photographs of it. That I've been able to find. So, very elusive, I guess.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. So I'm not exactly too sure. I mean, no one's really seen anything though.
Yeah. I mean, I know a video did circulate where somebody supposedly saw Mothman flying through the sky, but apparently it was debunked. People think it might have been an owl carrying a snake in its talons or something like that. But, people were swearing, oh, this is the Mothman, I've seen the Mothman in the sky. I
Yeah.
mean,
There are
Mothman.
people who give offerings to the Mothman as well at the statue there.
Yeah, which is what they capitalized on for Fallout 76.
Mhm. But yeah, people do
People
give
worship the
offerings to it,
Mothman.
almost like it's a deity saying like, thank you for protecting us kind of thing.
Yeah,
So,
but
um,
yeah, this was supposedly the court picture of the Mothman. Uh,
right.
it was like all over the news. The Sun was reporting on it. WCHS. A bunch of news outlets, Daily Star, all were doing reports on it. That supposedly, it's a definite photograph of the Mothman, but yeah, many have kind of debunked it to be in possibly a owl with a snake in its claws or something flying
Hmm.
through the sky. But I just feel like it'd be interesting to show people, and they can have their own thoughts and opinions on it. Um,
So, I think the reason why it's never been caught on camera is this is my theory. It's not a theory that I don't know if it goes around the web either, but my theory on
Yeah.
it is that you need to have a near death or imminent death experience to even see
Right.
it, right?
Yeah.
And it appears to save your life.
Right.
You know, perhaps the creature I saw when I had my near death experience was a Mothman. Who knows?
Who knows?
You
Yeah.
know, but yeah. So everyone that's ever seen one has reported that yeah, I was in a near death type of experience.
Right.
And maybe that's again why no one's caught it on camera because it can't be seen by camera. It's not seen by the naked eye from anyone.
Yeah.
It's only seen by, someone who's having that near death experience.
Yeah.
Hello, Karen B. Welcome.
Hello. Welcome to the stream. Uh. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of similar to how people say that apparently they see death before they die and whatnot. People always say, "Oh, you see the Grim Reaper and his hooded cloak and scythe," and that's kind of the story behind death.
Mm-hmm.
He supposedly appears to people when someone's about to die. Um, there was a interesting video that I saw a long time ago. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it. Gone. Let me see if I can find it. Okay. There was footage of a woman who was near the edge of a rooftop, and can't seem to find it. I'll have to try and find it for another time because it's gonna have to take a bit of a deep dive. But yeah, there was a video what appears to be caught on camera with this woman stood near the edge of this building, a Grim Reaper.
Mm.
Looking entity behind her, like she was possibly about to, it was there in case something was supposed to happen. If she fell, who's going to claim her? I can't seem to find it, unfortunately. Now, do I? Because I'm unable to find it, I can't really properly give a proper thing on it and show you guys what I mean. But do I believe that the Grim Reaper actually showed up behind her on camera? I don't know, because it's interesting because apparently a lot of photos were taken around close to where some people have been dying, but he's not missing any other pictures. So possibly could have just been special effects, in my opinion. But it's a shame I can't find the video. Yeah, I can't seem to find it. Really bugging me. Um, yep. No.
Hmm. All right. Well, maybe during a break you can find it. But yeah. No. I just think these things exist. And there's just so much video evidence of these things too.
Yeah. What with Mothman?
Mothman, the Rakes, Skinwalkers. I mean, there's so much evidence towards it.
Yeah.
So some of these videos you can see clear as day, and I think some of them might be fake, but
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to find this video. I'll just get some of miscellaneous crap. Unfortunately. Yeah, it was an interesting looking video. It's like in a very specific frame as well. So it wasn't like he's just stood there. It's kind of like a brief, just a flash of an appearance and then disappeared. Because she was really drunk partying. Uh, with her friends on this
I'm
roof.
going to show you this right here on the screen.
Yeah.
So this video is like 15 rake sightings, right? This is
Yeah.
what happens when a rake is provoked, right? It's very hard to see. It's
Right.
very blurry. It's very dark out, right? But this is what happens when they're provoked. So there it is right there. You can see it on the screen. Right? So the video's going to play here in a bit.
Right.
Right. See how close this guy is to it, too.
Right.
They're talking about it and blah, blah, blah on there. I'm not playing the audio. But here we go. Here's the video of it, right? Look how close he gets to this thing and, like, what happens.
Yeah.
Right? So all you see is the grass and stuff, right? Right. It gets dark, right?
Yeah.
And then watch it. The light will come back a little bit. There it is. And see, it just charges them and it starts attacking them. Because he got too close to it. Right? So that's what happens. They do attack. It's just, when they're provoked. That guy got way too close to it. He went out looking for it. All these other videos on this thing, it's just people, they leave. They leave and then it leaves.
Yeah.
But you go after it, it's going to attack you. It doesn't want you near it.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. This is another one I'm watching right here. I might put this on the screen. I'm just watching the video for... Yeah, okay, again. I'll play this part, right? On the screen as well. Again, this is another sighting of it attacking.
Yeah.
Right? So they go into this little tunnel, right? This little pipe tunnel. So it's going to come out around this corner, and watch how fast it goes, right? It's super fast.
Right.
Here it comes. Ready? 3, 2, 1. There you go. There it is. It attacked them. But the second they ran away, they're not attacked right now. They ran away. So what does it do?
Yeah.
It turns around and it runs away from them.
Right.
But they do it as a warning. They do it as a warning. They tell you, get away from my territory. Go away.
Yeah.
Like I said in my encounter, when I backed up, it looked at me, opened up its mouth, and it looked at me, and it started shifting over to the left of me. And then as I turned around and ran away, you could hear it running through the woods, like as if it's running away.
Yeah.
It didn't feel like it was chasing me. It felt like it was running away from me. They're not hostile towards us. They try not to be. But they're not to be messed with. You don't go into their territory.
Right.
Which is different from the Wendigo, like we were talking about. The Wendigo will straight up just attack you.
Yeah.
So that's why I think they're two different entities. They're not the same. Oh, that's terrifying. This one right here, this one's on the roof of this person's building. I'll just play this whole video. But yeah, so this woman, she heard something outside, right?
Right.
She goes to look outside, right? So here she goes going outside. Or was it? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
So
very
she looks up, right? And there it is. And it goes away, runs away. Right? They don't like human contact.
Yeah.
They don't. They don't want to mess with us. They're curious, but they don't want to mess with us. So it's a very interesting
Yeah.
type thing, and most of the time they have white skin. Maybe it's just because it was dark out and I saw like a black silhouette of it. I don't know, but supposedly they have like ashy white skin,
Right.
like grayish white skin. So it's very interesting creature. It's one of the ones I'm very curious about just because of my
Yeah.
encounter with one. Um, I'd like to know more about it, but I'm not going to go down tracking these things down either.
Yeah. Yeah. This is very interesting. I can't find any information on
Yeah, I don't
uh
know. It's a very interesting phenomenon that.
yeah.
And then with the Mothman as well, like the fact that these creatures, like those two, are very similar. They don't try to harm us, you know.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting that a lot of these phenomena they don't try to harm us, or skinwalkers even like they'll study us,
Yeah.
but they don't typically attack that often.
Hmm.
At least not from what I've heard or seen. They don't attack us,
Yeah.
but they'll attack other creatures like animals.
Right.
Um, but yeah, fairly interesting. Do you have a
Oh,
topic
most
for the next
definitely.
hour? Or?
Uh, Not really, unfortunately. Um, I'm kind of out of topics that I had prepared.
Well, I'm sure we can find something. But we'll go ahead and start
Yeah,
taking the break
definitely.
now, and we'll find something here to talk about for the next hour.
Yeah,
If you guys are
sounds
in the
like a
chat
good
and want
plan.
to talk with us or bring up anything, let us know.
Yeah.
All right, see y'all in about 10-15 minutes ish. We'll
Yeah.
say.
See you all soon.
Alrighty, we are in the last hour of our podcast for today.
Oh yeah.
We got a few topics that we talked about during the break.
Yeah.
So, before we get started, just want to kind of, reiterate, if you haven't already, subscribe to our channel here on Twitch, on YouTube, and join us on Discord. We still have 0 people on our Discord. So,
Yeah.
I would love to have more people, everybody come on in there, join up, we post up our events and what our next topics are going to be. We have different channels for different discussions. So we have a lot going on there on the Discord that, should you guys join, you could be more inclusive with the community. On YouTube as well, because that's where all of our videos are posted. As Twitch decides to delete them, weekly.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to reiterate that before we continue on with the show. And Aaron, you said that you had something that you found during the break.
Well, I have a very strange video that I managed to find. Around 2 minutes in, there's footage of a guy who seems to be like just walking around in a grocery store, basically, and he looks around like he's seen something, and then he actually collapses and dies.
Hmm.
Now, it's just very strange. Just incredibly very strange. It's like he was seeing something because he was looking around at the ceiling like he was watching something, and then just like, he just collapsed over.
Okay.
Like he saw something that was not captured on the camera. He just dropped.
Oh, interesting.
And I'm not too sure what to make of it. Now, since we are going with this, supposedly some people see things before they die, or supposedly death visits before you die. There's many different myths and legends on it. Like, apparently, we do meet somebody before we perish, supposedly. In some cases, there's been many myths and legends around it. Many talks about religions are supposedly seeing things before you finally go to join them. And the video is just very interesting. I sent you a link to the video.
Yeah, I just don't want to show someone dying though on the screen here, but I did watch it. It's very
Yeah,
interesting.
it's just yeah, and he actually died.
Interesting.
Um, I just, what do you make of that? What do you think he
Uh,
stole?
guess as good as mine. Honestly, I have no idea.
Because in the video, uh, in the video, I'm just trying to think because the viewers don't know what we're talking about right now. But yeah, this guy is literally stood in a grocery store, and he looks up into the sky and begins frantically, like he's following something, looking around, and then he just seems to just keel over. And this is caught on a grocery store camera. This wasn't somebody trying to film a funny video. This is actual CCTV footage. I guess what I could do, really, is give you the name of it. Man sees Angel of Death right before passing away, live CCTV.
Hmm.
So if you are curious what I'm actually talking about, go and watch that video. 2 minutes in, I guess start it at 1:56 and watch the footage, and you'll see what I mean. Like, I can't. How do you explain that? He saw something
I
just
have
pops
no
over.
idea. It's very strange.
It really is. And, in a way, it's terrifying because, if this happened to that person, who else could it happen to? Something just suddenly just showing up and then that's it. Gone. Uh, I mean, we were talking earlier about Jack the Ripper and, supposedly being a ghost and whatnot, stabbing people and taking them, but there was
Right.
no wound on this guy. He just fell over. So, like, it's just mad. It's mad. It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of
Uh,
that. I mean, you know, this unknown stuff, to us, it's just, who knows? Who really knows?
that, that's it. I mean, we don't know, and it's one of those things that I don't think we will really ever learn about anytime soon. We have no way of having technology to possibly properly investigate. I mean, how could you have the technology to investigate something like that with somebody just seeing something and just suddenly keeling over? Because you would need to be researching everybody who's about to pass away, and there's no way you know when someone's going to pass away. So it'd be impossible to try and research, really. But there are many videos out there of supposedly the Grim Reaper appearing on some cameras and whatnot before people die. Um, So, feel free to browse that in your own time. But I just thought it'd be interesting to talk about because, myth and legend is that people supposedly sometimes see death before they die, or they'll have a dream about him, or something along those lines. And then you had that experience in a death experience where you saw something and you was about to die.
Like I said, I
And
shared
you
my
actually faced it.
experience about what I saw, and
Yeah.
yeah, it's I don't think there's been anyone who's had a near-death experience that said they haven't seen anything. There's always
Right.
something.
There's always something somebody sees. Now, scientists of interest say, oh, it's just the brain trying to make sense of things. It's your brain just firing off signals and things like
Well,
that.
if you're
But,
supposedly dead at that point, then how is your brain sending off signals? You know what I mean?
right. I mean, there was people that have had near-death experiences. There was a woman who was being operated on in a hospital, and supposedly she passed away in the middle of the procedure. They managed to bring her back or something, but she was able to somehow explain to the doctor who performed the operation everything he did. Like she was watching it from. She said I was outside of my body and I was watching it happen.
Interesting. I think we're all
There's been many stories.
hold on. But yeah, I think there's a couple more cryptids that we're gonna talk about here.
Yeah, let's get back onto the cryptid stuff. I just
Um,
wanted to briefly brush over that.
right. Before we start with this, though, just wanted to bring this up on the screen here.
Hell, something just hit the window.
Let's talk about the most important cryptid that no one ever talks about.
Right.
Man bear pig.
My bear pig.
Nah, alright. But all serious, I just wanted to have a little lighthearted fun here.
Yeah.
Before we start in, everybody wants to talk about all these cryptids.
My bear kid's real. Have you ever seen South Park? He's definitely real, guys.
He's super
Real.
serial.
Super serial.
Nah, but this man bear pig thing, it comes about just because I wanted to bring it up there because a lot of people say these cryptids are all fake, right? It's not real.
Yeah.
None of it's real. It's all our imagination. People are just making spoof videos, right? So I wanted to put this up there as like a little joke in a way,
Yeah.
kind of poking some fun at all this dark stuff that we've been looking at,
Yeah.
keep things lighthearted, This is all just to have some fun and talk about this unknown stuff, and just wanted to have some fun here and put this up on the screen for a bit. We should make this the official thumbnail.
Yeah.
But no, in seriousness though, we do have some more cryptids that we're going to talk about. I don't know if this one's considered a cryptid necessarily, but I wanted to talk about it's more mythology. But the Thunderbirds, right? That's another one. The indigenous people here in North America had a lot of these totems that they would put up.
Yeah.
And they would put these up there as like a all right. I can't really get rid of these ads, but it's all right. But yeah, they would put these things up there, and they said that they're used to ward away like water spirits, but they would also punish. They were also there to like punish humans who did things that were immoral.
Yeah.
So if you don't know what I'm talking about, there it is on screen right now. This is what I'm talking about. So they built it like these totems, and they worship this like spirit. To ward off the water spirits and other things. They were also punished by these Thunderbirds for being immoral.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's very interesting. I mean,
Yeah. It's an interesting thing that maybe of like a kind of like a way like a moral god in a way is what
yeah,
they were worshiping. So Thunderbirds, a myth and a motif, is prevalent among the Al- God, I cannot pronounce these names, and I'm so sorry. I mispronounced so many of these. Algonquian, Algonquian peoples.
right.
I'm gonna mispronounce these names. I apologize for that. Um, but peoples in the Northeast, Eastern Canada, Ontario, Quebec, and eastward. Right.
Right.
Um, so that's where they kind of originate from, I guess. Um,
Yeah.
the Ojibwe, Ojibwe version of the myth states that thunderbirds were created by the Nana-Bozho to fight the underwater spirit thunderbirds. Thunderbirds were also punished humans who broke moral rules, like I said. Um,
Yeah.
the thunderbirds lived in the four directions and arrived with the other birds in the springtime. So apparently they were very real birds, like probably eagles or something. You
Right.
know, um, whether they're extinct or not now, we don't know.
Mm.
But yeah, they depicted these things as like a spirit or a spirit guide type of like being to protect them.
Interesting. I
Yeah.
mean, fascinating thing is, where are they now?
Well,
You see,
the when Europeans probably came over, they probably hunted them to extinction. No, as is
probably,
tradition.
yeah, probably.
Um, but I mean, who knows? Maybe it was just mythological. Or maybe it is a different type of eagle that we know of today.
Yeah,
You know,
possibly.
um, I do know that these symbolize like these symbols of these birds and stuff. They're also used in a lot of like pop culture references, um,
Yeah,
such as I believe Warhammer uses something similar to it.
yeah.
Um, things like that. What was it? Yeah, the Eagle Warriors. They have the same kind of bird. It's just a double-headed one for Warhammer
Right.
40K. So I mean, it's the same basis, same exact
Yeah,
basis, same design and everything of what they used.
yeah.
So I
Many
mean,
people theorize it could be an Argentavis, which is like a giant bird,
right.
from around, early,
I mean, and,
like,
and when these things came about to these cryptids, right? When people like first started discovering these things and talking about them, a lot of these things could be extinct today.
oh yeah,
I mean, technically, if you want to get down to it, the dodo bird's a cryptid. You know what I mean?
yeah,
It's extinct.
yeah,
It's dead. It's never
yeah,
going to be unearthed ever again. But it's, or as far as we know, who's to say 100, 200, 300, 1,000 years from now, whatever, one might pop up somehow. They lived,
yeah,
and now it's this mythological being. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So I
That's
mean
it.
that's how these things come about too.
Yeah,
A lot of the times. So we talk about these things that don't exist, but maybe they did exist at one point. So
yeah. I mean, supposedly there was an attack in 1977 in Lawndale, Illinois. Apparently, there was a Thunderbird attack. There were two unidentified birds attacking a young boy. It's July 25th, 1977. 10-year-old. And apparently, the wings were like 4.5. Uh, did like a white
um,
ring around the net. So you had a four and a
so
half foot body with each wing around 4 feet
yeah,
long.
I'm gonna go off
To 6 feet
topic with this a
tail.
little bit. It came to my mind. If you don't mind, real quick. It doesn't really have
Yep.
anything to do with cryptids or anything like that.
Yeah.
I looked at the totem here of the Thunderbird, and it kind of reminded me of something. Um,
Right.
I'm sure there's another meanings to them as well, but if you are ever walking or hiking on a trail and you see rocks that are stacked and piled on top of each other,
Yeah.
right? I'm sure we've all seen those, right?
Hmm.
Don't knock those over. Um,
No.
Especially, I don't know about anything from back further or where they originate from, but I do know today a lot of hikers use those as wayfinders.
Yeah.
So if you knock those down and someone's trying to find their way back, you could leave someone stranded on a mountain or in the woods or somewhere. You know,
Potentially.
yeah.
You
So
know.
don't do that. Those are wayfinders to find their way back to civilization, at least in the modern sense,
Yeah.
right? So, sorry, just the totem and the stacking. That's what got my mind on it. And I
Yeah.
remember
Yeah.
when I used to go hiking when I lived in Colorado, I used to see them all the time in the mountains, and
Yeah.
people would knock them over, and I'd restack them.
Yeah.
Because those are wayfinders. That's how you find your way back down to a path or down a trail or wherever you're trying to go, right?
I always wondered what those were for.
Yeah,
I've seen them many times in movies or video games. I was like, What's the
yeah.
significance behind them? I
So
never knew that.
again, I don't know about ancient times about that because I do know they used to stack things like that too. But in the modern sense, those are wayfinders.
Yeah.
People use those to find their way.
Yeah.
Especially for the inexperienced hikers like myself. Whenever I used to go hiking, if someone knocked one of those down, I could have been stranded on a mountain.
Yeah.
So don't do that. Don't be that guy, that girl, whatever, knocking down those rocks. They're there for a
Yeah.
reason. All right.
Hmm. Yeah.
I mean, same thing for these totems. Don't knock them down either. They're historical. All right.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there'll be some curse that'll be brought upon you if you do that.
Right. Yeah. Definitely don't do like it. It's not
Yeah.
cool.
Because I know a lot of people yeah
Yeah.
they like to do that kind of stuff. So don't do any
Well,
of that. Respect these things. All right.
yeah. Yeah.
Admire it. You can take pictures. I'm sure. But just don't deface or devalue it. All right.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. Just
Right.
enjoy it for what it is.
Hmm.
All right. So
So back to the attack. Yeah. The it had a white ring around nets. There were 4.5 foot body with each wing approximately 4 feet long, a 6-inch hooked bill, 3 front claws, 1 back claw, and a large black body. Supposedly this happened in 1977, so that's like 50 odd years ago. Well, 40 odd, I guess. So whether that's true or not, it is interesting. But then there was also a sighting of a large bird-like creature. This was in the 1890s. One of the most famous reports. There were two Arizona cowboys who claimed to have shot and killed a large bird. It described as having no feathers. It had a head similar to that of an alligator, which is a bit crazy. Two men supposedly dragged the dead bird back to town after killing it. Reports seem to suggest that this creature looked more like a pterodactyl or a dragon than any modern day bird.
hmm.
So, I mean, that's interesting because that's 1890. I mean, it's over 100 years ago now. Could there still be large, giant birds still around today? I mean, if 1977 isn't that far away,
Right. Right.
Um, so possibly these thunderbirds could still exist, but just be really low in number.
Endangered species, maybe.
Yeah. Um, it's a very fascinating subject, and the myths and legends of it. It could actually be a real creature that still exists. It's
Hmm.
not just a
I
myth,
mean, I definitely think it. If it doesn't exist and it did exist and it was a real creature,
Yeah,
um,
definitely.
yeah. Let me see here. There's so much on this. Huh. So I'm looking at the wiki for them, and Modern usage. The first thing was about Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege. Oh yeah,
Funny
yeah,
thing,
and
funny
I
thing
knew.
is,
Okay, I couldn't remember which one it was, but I knew there was a Pokemon reference to it as well.
yeah,
Zapdos
yeah,
is the reference from the Thunderbirds.
yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I just want to add. I think we mentioned this in the first podcast. But speaking of Rainbow Six, we actually met on Rainbow Six Vegas 2, I believe.
Yes. That's where we
Like
first started talking.
long time ago. Yeah, that's
Uh,
when
you were
me and Josh
being
first.
made fun of by these dudes on there, and I stuck up for you, and
Yeah,
we ended up leaving that lobby and playing together solo with each other
yeah,
on
we
there.
killed it. We used to do
Yeah.
that terrorists on.
We actually got ranked up in the top 100s.
Yeah, no, it was crazy.
Yeah.
Uh,
Good times.
so I just had a little bit of trivia there for if anybody new's
Host
come on.
lore.
Like, oh,
We'll make a
how
new
do you two
segment
know
called
each other?
Host Lore.
Yeah, yeah. Why is an
Um,
American and a Britishman together on a podcast? That's the story. Well, a long time ago we met. There you go. It's modern day.
what time when
But
we went to
yeah.
Ireland and
Oh, yeah, yeah. That was a great time.
um, but
Definitely love to
yeah,
go back on
I
that.
find a lot of this Native American stuff. So again, more host lore. I've gone to school for history, specifically for North American history.
Yeah.
So Native American culture was something I was not very familiar with until I started going to school. Um,
Hmm.
and it still fascinates me to this day, and there's just so much I do not know.
Yeah.
I would love to go out to different like reservations and speak with like locals there and learn more about their culture and their history.
Oh, yeah.
And just
It's
experience
fascinating,
that.
man.
I am huge on culture. I love experiencing new cultures.
Yeah.
And just learning about their myths, their legends, their rituals, or like their customs. Just everything. And that's just
Yeah.
not Native American. It's just everyone in the world. I want to travel and experience this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing is, we think, oh, it's all different, but sometimes a lot of these cultural things we share, we just have different names for things.
Right.
And sometimes we'll learn things completely new because we society as we view it now. I mean, you could go back to like ancient times, and they used to sacrifice virgins to a god for the weather and stuff like that. There's so many different cultures out there and so many different things that they would do. And it's fascinating to learn about them, learn from them, learn not to make the same mistakes as them, be understanding of one another, because at the end of the day, we're all human. Regardless of what culture you come from, we're all human.
All right.
So, it's good to see what other humans do and, interact with. It's what makes the world so fascinating because there's so many differences between everybody. If everything was the same, it'd be boring.
So I think now we should transition to our next cryptid here.
Yeah.
I am terrible at segues. Sorry, guys. Deal with it. The next thing I was going to talk about was, and we discussed this during the break, was the Jersey Devil. All right, that's one that we missed completely, and I think it warrants some discussion.
Yeah.
So for those of you who don't know what the Jersey Devil is, right? It's also known as the Leeds Devil, right? It's southern Jersey and Philadelphia folklore, right? So South New Jersey, Philadelphia area, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's said to inhabit the forest of pine barrens. The creature is often described as a flying biped with hooves. There are many different variations, though. Common descriptions is that it's like a bipedal kangaroo or like a horse goat like head, leathery bat wings. It's a very weird looking thing. It's like a mixture between like a horse, a bat, a kangaroo. It's weird.
A chimera almost like.
Yeah, we're looking at man bear pig, and we got it wrong. It's a horse, bat, kangaroo.
Yeah. Boing, boing, boing.
It says it's been reported emanating a high-pitched, blood-curdling scream.
Ooh.
That is terrifying. Um, yeah, I just think that's a very interesting thing there.
Yeah.
There's no real pictures of this thing though. Like that's what I find is so kind of crazy though.
Yeah.
There's like drawings of it.
Right. But compared to other creatures, yeah, there's not much, is there?
I
There
mean, the
really
closest
isn't
thing I
much.
could show you guys is what I found off of Wikipedia. This is literally it. You know, if you're asking for more, I mean, I'm sorry. This is all I could show you,
Yeah.
which is right here. This is kind of what they say it looks like.
That's it.
It
I
looks
mean,
terrifying, but
yeah.
a long neck. It has like a head of like a goat or type of horse. Hooves, bat
Yeah.
wings. Stands on two legs like a kangaroo does.
Yeah. Really weird. I mean, the legs almost look ostrich-like.
Yeah, it's got a little tail on there too.
Yeah.
So let's dive into what this thing is a little bit. Pull this back over here for a second. So sorry, I'm trying to get my computer to work with me here. So this all started around, I guess, like 1735 ish. Um,
Right.
so this is a story. I'm reading right off the Wikipedia page. If you guys want to come take a look at it, just type in Jersey Devil, go to the Wikipedia page.
Yeah.
So it's also known as the Mother Leeds. Legend states that Mother Leeds had 12 children, and after discovering she was pregnant with her 13th for the 13th time, cursed the child in frustration, declaring that the child would be the devil. So in 1735, Mother Leeds was in labor on a stormy night while her friends gathered around her. Born as a normal child, the 13th child transformed into a creature with hooves, goat's head, bat wings, and a forked tail. Growling and screaming, the child beat everyone with its tail before flying up the chimney and heading into the pines. In some versions of the tale, the Mother Leeds was supposedly a witch, and the child's father was the devil himself. Some versions of the legend also state that local clergymen subsequently attempted to exorcise the creature from Pine Barrens.
I guess that kind of explains things a little bit because when I was looking at it, I was getting devil vibes. So the devil's supposed to described as like he's got three
Um,
multiple dragon heads and all this
Fun
kind of stuff.
fact, in case you all didn't
Goat
know this
body.
either, the New Jersey
Yeah,
Devils hockey team is named after
yeah,
this.
yeah,
So, just a fun
uh,
fact, if in case you guys didn't know.
yeah.
Kind of makes sense,
Well,
right? So they named their hockey team after a folk legend. So it's
yeah.
kind of a cool little story there.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
yeah, it kind of fits though, yeah, because the depiction of the devil, supposedly he's got multiple dragon heads, he's got like goat hooves, he's got goat horns and all this kind of stuff. I don't quite remember the exact description for it in the Bible or whatever. Supposedly that's the creature that's supposed to emerge and things like that when Judgment Day is come and. So the Just Devil, yeah, I guess it seems to have some
yeah,
depictions coming from there with the
yeah.
multi-body
It even
kind of
says that right there at the top of the screen too. New Jersey Devil redirects here NHL hockey team named after the creature.
yeah,
But yeah, so there is a Leeds family home as well, where all this origin originates from.
yeah,
Um, but yeah, yeah. So I guess it originates from there. I'm not really seeing too much on like attacks or anything from it. Just that people hear it. Reported
right,
sightings. 1909 was a sighting. During the week of January 16th through the 23rd, 1909, newspaper published hundreds of claims encountered with the Jersey Devil. Um, I guess the Philadelphia Zoo even posted a $10,000 reward for the creature.
Yeah. I mean,
It said
so is
an
that
offer prompted various hoaxes, including a kangaroo equipped with artificial claws and bat wings.
the
So,
lengths some people will go to, though, you
yeah.
know? It's just
Um,
for some free cash.
right.
Jeez.
But there's been no real sightings other than that. I guess in the 1840s, I guess they said that there were sightings of several livestock killings, accompanied by tracks and screams.
Right, but
But
nobody's actually,
yeah,
yeah.
July 27th, 1937, an unknown animal with red eyes seen by the residents. Um, 1951, a group of Gibsontown, New Jersey boys claimed to have seen the monster matching the devil's description. But yeah, there's not much on this thing as far as like modern day, you know, sightings. The latest one was 1909.
Right, so, you know,
I'm sure other people claim they've seen it, but nothing of significant like actual proof.
yeah. It's interesting. Do you believe that it once existed, or?
Um, this creature, I think it's a folklore and story, but
Yeah,
I don't think it's real. Um,
same here, honestly.
yeah, I would, just the lack of evidence that I'm seeing.
Yeah,
I think I'm probably a very practical person when it comes to talking about these type of topics. I like to think I am at least.
yeah.
Um, I don't, you know, I try to debunk before I believe. Um, but yeah, for something like this, I don't think it's real. I think it's fake.
Yeah,
Um, but I do think the story is very much real. I think it's a story you tell the child at bedtime when you want to scare the hell out of them.
right. Sort
So,
of like, yeah, I mean, yeah, I'd probably chalk it down to something like that myself. Because if this thing was still alive and kicking, there'd be something on it. You know, we'd have something. There's no way, in over 100 years, we've never seen this thing if it exists. And it's it's just one of those. I mean, creatures have plenty of places to hide, especially creatures that can fly. They can go to places that we can't reach. They can hide in places. Creatures are good at camouflaging and, things of that nature. But at the same time, the fact that this thing just hasn't, there's like no evidence to it at all, says to me that there's no way this thing actually exists. I mean, who knows? Maybe one day I'll be wrong and somebody finds it, But
right,
right now, I definitely don't believe it is possible for a creature to be that many different things, and it it's science fiction, right? The way I see it, it's folklore, science fiction, just a phantasmal story kind of thing with a message behind it. Because don't forget, a lot of stories that are told do have messages behind them. There's a hidden meaning behind some things, um, and why they were told. So probably, yeah, scared the children, sort of thing, bedtime story kind of thing. I'll curse you too if you misbehave, maybe. Um,
right,
Possibly, I don't know. I don't know what the thought process was behind when they came up with it. That's complete speculation on my part. But yeah, I just really feel like it's. fabrication. Maybe she really did curse her child, and what she believed to be cursing a child, but the fact that it came out like that, you know.
Yeah. I just think it's hard to believe that. What's your take on like other things like werewolves and stuff too?
See, werewolves are a very interesting topic. Man beasts. I mean, you know, where the word "were" means man.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the word "were" comes from. I think it's the Latin word for man or something along those lines. I can't quite remember. So a wolf man. So supposedly, you know, these things were cursed, and in some folklore, you know, it was a curse that was thrown upon them. Whenever the full moon would happen, they would attack even family members that were close to them. They didn't, you know, really care because you know it was a transformation, um, which were basically just animalistic instincts just into overdrive, and you know they would behave like an animal and a ferocious one of that.
Some
Um,
people have even claimed to have been like married to him and found out later on.
I mean, is it possible? I mean, there's so many. It's one of those tough ones because there's many cultures around the world that have werewolf-like stories. Um, so can't quite say. I mean, could it be possible? I mean, the problem that I have an issue with is the body transforming into a wolf-like and reverting back to normal. The hair just disappearing and all that. I feel like that's a bit fantasy kind of stuff rather than legitimacy. Um, that's what I believe. But possibly having wolf-like tendencies, maybe.
Hmm.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I've yet to see anything that could really make me say, okay, I can definitely believe that. You know.
Right. Huh. Yeah, I don't know about it.
Yeah. I mean, the whole silver thing. Oh, they're only weak to silver. I think that's a lot of hogwash as well. That's just modern day media. Pardon me.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was a hiccup. There.
And
Sorry.
then the
Uh,
last one I really wanted to kind of go over. I know it's your show. I'm
hmm.
kind of taking over at the end here. I'm sorry. Um,
Oh,
was
feel free.
the Dover Demon? I saw something on this. Uh,
Dover Demon.
yeah,
I don't
Dover,
think I've heard of
Massachusetts
that.
is where it originates.
Dover Demon.
Yeah. Some people might speculate that this is one of the Greys, an alien.
Hmm.
Yeah. Take a look at go ahead and look that up and take a look at it. It's interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, this originates from Dover, Massachusetts, which is kind of south west of Boston.
He swears that the person that saw it supposedly in 1977 swore in a stack of Bibles that he saw it. I,
Yeah.
I, I don't know.
It starts at 10:32 p.m. on April 21st as a 17-year-old Bill Bartlett, Mike Mazza, oh gosh, Mazaka, and Andy Brody were driving north on Farm Street. Bartlett, who was behind the wheel of the Volkswagen, spots something creeping along a low wall of loose stones on the left side of the road. So, if those of you who don't know, like in New England, right, there's a
Mm.
lot of like these stone like half walls that are
Mm.
built along the roads and pathways, and it's all throughout all 6 states, right? They're
Yeah.
like they're built everywhere, and I think they get that from just the English settlements, because I know in England there's a lot of that as well.
Yeah.
Um,
I I believe it could be real.
yeah, this
I
one
do believe in
I do
aliens.
believe it's very real.
Mm.
But yeah, at first he thinks the image is a dog or a cat. up until his headlights shine on it and realize it's nothing he's ever seen before. The figure slowly
Yeah.
turns its head and stares into the light. It's two large, round, glassy, lidless eyes shining brightly like two orange
Mm.
marbles. Its watermelon-shaped head, resting at the top of a thin neck, is the size of the rest of its body, except for its oversized head. Yeah.
Yeah, I do believe this
So it says
is.
about 3.5 to 4 feet tall.
Mm,
Its skin was like wet sandpaper is what is quoted as being for a texture.
hmm.
And with a baby's
Um,
body with long arms and legs.
yeah, I believe this thing. I do believe, honestly, because I'm pretty sure I've seen videos floating around on YouTube of possible sightings of this thing. They never called it the Dover Demon, but creatures that look similar, ish in terms of appearance. I do believe these things are real. Whether there's more than one, I don't know. I do believe they could be an alien species or something, or because similar to the rake, something out there that we just don't see very often. Um, but is out there, you know. I don't know whether they hang around a lot of human settlements or not. They might stick to the forest a lot more. The only issue I have is I don't really see much in terms of how would this thing find food.
Hmm.
That's my only caveat here to it, though,
Right.
because I don't see any kind of mouth or anything like how would this thing
Maybe it doesn't
survive?
need food.
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, if this thing's alien too, it could be completely different from us. It doesn't need sustenance, maybe.
Maybe, yeah. Or maybe it just has of ways of getting food in. Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe we don't see the mouth in the picture that we've been shown.
Right.
But it could have one. Supposedly, possibly underneath its chin, maybe what we assume is the chin, but could just be part of its mouthpiece, just going downwards.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
Who knows? I mean, you know, but I mean, it definitely looks like a gray alien, like the what we depict as the grays.
yeah, very similar in a lot of ways. Do you think it's a grey, or do you think it's something similar to them?
I think it's a gray,
Yeah,
and,
possibly.
and I believe this to be true, 100% true.
Hmm.
Because
Yeah,
this isn't like one of those stories where, I mean, even it shows in the story like he saw it, he recognized that he saw something there like that, but he didn't stop to investigate it. He was like, "No, I'm out of here."
I mean,
You
yeah,
know, dropped his friends
you
off, and when he came back, it was gone.
don't know what it's capable of, do you? You
Yeah.
know?
So so I mean, I believe that this is very true. I mean, it's a very rational reaction. He fled. He was like, "No, I'm not doing this." you
I
know.
mean, it doesn't appear threatening. Doesn't look like it potentially wants to harm us, but
Yeah.
you never know.
That's what I see with
You
a
know?
lot of these cryptids. A lot of them don't want to harm us. They don't want anything to do with us.
Yeah.
You know.
Something like they don't want to be seen. They want to
Yeah.
avoid confrontation or anything.
Yeah.
Kind of like how as we talked about previously, supposedly aliens not wanting to reveal themselves to us.
Mhm.
Possibly be the same reasoning, maybe.
But there's a saying with these cryptids, right? Maybe not so much for aliens, right? Some people say it with aliens too,
Yeah,
but they say if you
yeah,
go out looking for these things, you will find them, right?
probably.
No, they say if you go out looking for these things, like if you're out there all the time looking, you're gonna find them.
Yeah.
They're out there.
Right.
It's just a matter of when you find them.
Hmm. And what's going to happen when you do?
Right.
Is it going to be a brief encounter? Are you going to run away?
Yeah. And then there's times where you're not even trying to, and it just stumbles upon you. And then you got to make that decision of what do I do? Do I film it and stay there and encroach upon it, or do I get the heck out of Dodge? You know.
Hmm. I mean, when I look at this thing, I don't want to fight it. Like, I don't have any alarm bells ringing. There's nothing that makes me think, I should attack this thing. They don't appear like threatening in the sense of I need to protect myself. They just seem very just there,
Yeah.
Also just
See, like
happenstance
it's like with the rakes,
creature.
man. I'm so fascinated by those things now. Knowing like
Yeah.
seeing what I saw, I want to study them. I really do, but I am too
Yeah.
terrified to go out there and actually try.
I mean, it's wise to be afraid. We don't know.
Right.
Like you had an encounter with one, and nothing happened from it. You wasn't attacked or anything.
No,
He
yeah,
could have
it
been.
ran
You
off.
never know. You never know. One day you might happen to catch it on a bad day or spook it, and then it comes after you. Um, what if one day you do encounter it and you're gone because something did happen. It's one of those fear of the unknown. You don't know what's going to happen once you encounter it. And if you do encounter it, your reaction was run, and that's probably most people's reactions when they see this thing. And I don't blame them because it does look terrifying. Like I'd be on guard. I would not want to fight it because I'd be scared to fight it because this thing could rip me apart with its claws. I mean, even if I was armed, I still wouldn't want to have a fight with this thing. I'd rather not. I'd rather avoid it completely.
Yeah.
But
Well,
having the encounter to actually see one would be fascinating.
well.
But I'd be terrified.
All right. Got any final thoughts? We're about at the end here to wrap it up. I think.
Oh yeah, we're coming close towards the time. So yeah, we've had lots of discussions today. I believe some of these things are real. Some of them aren't. I have my reasons behind it. Chupacabra could be real, potentially. Not as phantasmal as fantasy-like as we make them out to be. Being the pets of vampires and all this kind of stuff. But I believe they could definitely be real creatures out there, similar like that. I mean, bats drink blood. There could be another creature which has the same kind of physiology. That's how they feed. Definitely plausible. The Mothman. I'm undecided on the Mothman.
That's fair.
Just because there's not. There's been a lot of sightings, but like I've not seen any pictures of him. So I can't really say, well, that could lead to me believing in it. Thunderbirds, I definitely believe are real. Whether they exist now, probably really low number going on the verge of extinct. Wendigo possibly could be real. I'm not too sure, but I do know through personal experience that things paranormal are out there. I'll explain more on October 31st, sorry. My brain, sorry. And in terms of this, the rake, I believe that's real. And same with the creature we just recently talked about. What about you?
I'm basically same on board with you, except for the Mothman. I do believe that's real as well.
Yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, as far as the rest, yeah, I definitely think like the rake, chupacabra, all that's real. But
Yeah.
like the Jersey Devil thing, nah, I would debunk that. I don't think that's real. I think the story's real, but
No.
nothing more. But yeah, I'm pretty much on board with everything that you just said.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we covered so much though today. This is
Yeah.
definitely
Yeah, a lot of topics.
one of my favorite episodes that we've done.
Yeah.
Um,
It was very exciting and
yeah,
interesting to look
I
into.
love this topic. If you didn't pick
Yeah.
this topic, I was gonna pick this topic. So,
Yeah. I'm gonna
beat me
pick
to the
something
punch.
you enjoy.
Beat me to the
Yeah.
punch. I'm trying to think of what should we talk about next week though.
I mean,
Next
the floor's
Tuesday.
all yours.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of want to do the Skinwalker Ranch thing, but I want to have more time for us to look up that stuff because there's just so much into it.
Yeah, it's so much. Yeah.
But I'm thinking. I kind of want to go over like the human sixth sense here. The psychic abilities that we have.
Right. Okay.
I think we'll go over that. So I'll just call the next episode the human sixth sense.
Okay. Sounds good.
So we'll go over that next Tuesday and how we can tap into our psychological sense here. We are able to do a whole lot more. I mean, I'll give you a little hint at some stuff, right?
Yeah.
I thought this stuff was all a hoax. It was phony, right? That's what I thought. Up until the point where one of my friends and I, right, him and I are so intertwined with each other, and we're connected on such a spiritual level too, him and I, that I can read his thoughts. I kid you not, I can read his thoughts. Whether or not it comes natural too. That's the crazy thing about it.
Yeah.
I could say something, like I hear something in my head and I say it, and he's like, "Dude, get out of my head," because he's thinking about it.
Kind of like our twins, because sometimes finish each other's sentences or things of that nature.
Yeah,
Kinda,
like he could be thinking, "Man, I'm hungry. I could really go for a burger," and I'd be like, "Hey, I want a burger," and he'd be like, "Get out of my head." He'd be thinking it.
Yeah.
And it's like vice versa. I'd be like, "Man, I really want to go to the movies. I'd like to go see Little Spider-Man." He's like, "Hey, you want to go see Spider-Man this weekend?" Without me even saying anything. We're connected on that kind of level. So, I will talk about how I was able to achieve this. I can't do it with everyone. It comes and goes. It kind of just happens natural for me, but I will teach you guys or tell you guys how I first discovered this.
Yeah.
And we'll go over that next week on Tuesday. Same time, 5 o'clock Eastern.
Sounds good.
But I don't know what time it will be there in England. I always do this every single
possibly
week.
5 p.m. Right, tell you what, daylight savings time.
I do this every week, guys. I'm
UK.
sorry.
So Sunday 26th of March 2023, Sunday 29th of October 2023. So I'm guessing it'll be 6 p.m. UK time after the 29th or 4
Okay, so
p.m.
if we have any UK
I don't actually
viewers,
know now. In the UK, the clocks go forward 1 hour at 1 a.m. on the last Sunday in March, and back 1 hour at 2 a.m. on the last Sunday in October. So,
all right,
it'll be.
I'll let the viewers figure out the time. I'm not good with this stuff. All right,
I'm not good
5
with it
p.m.
either,
Eastern. Be here or don't be here. That's up to you. I hope you guys can catch it. If you missed the episode next week, check us out on YouTube. Give us a subscribe. Like the video. Leave comments. It helps out the algorithm. All right. Don't like it? Leave us a dislike. Leave us a comment. Tell us why we suck.
Yep.
But I am so excited to have you guys come out and see us. Playing a little background music here at the end here. It's something I'm gonna try to do. But I will love for you guys to come out and talk with us next week on the topic. Thank you for everybody who showed up today. This video will be getting posted to YouTube right after this ends. And with that, I will bid you all farewell.
Yep. Have a wonderful night, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. Make sure you tune in this week.